Well, well, well. 'Tis I, the Media Ghoul, back once again, talking about a topic that, I don't think this channel has covered before, so it's going to be a shock to everybody, but we're going to be talking about Arcane. Wow! Holy moly, I might as well rename myself to the Arcane Ghoul by the way I'm going. Gee willikers, it's like goodness me, it's like I'm obsessed or something. Oh my. Now, let me, as per usual, because I'm such an amateur, check my audio, make sure everything's all groovy. Just 2 seconds, please. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty juicy. Alrighty, so what is the subject of today's live stream and chit-chat and arcane tomfoolery? Well, by the title you could probably tell that it's some sort of scrappy-rappy, right? The Arcane Battle Royal. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be figuring out exactly who the strongest character in Arcane Season 1 and Season 2 is. Probably, like, Wizard Viktor, but I mean, it's probably going to be really obvious who the strongest is, but let's have a little bit of fun trying to at least power scale some of these characters and figure out, maybe it's not Wizard Viktor, maybe it's actually the Goat Man. We never know. We can't know until we do this very high-tech scientific experiment. So we, of course, have the tier maker stream here ready to rock and roll. Whole bunch of different characters, and you might notice that we have similar characters, except different forms of those same characters. So, for example, we've got Vi from Season 1, Episode 1, and then Vi from Season 1, Episode 9, and then Vi from Season 2, Episode 9. Same with Jinx and Caitlyn and Echo, etc., etc., etc. Because of course, they are reasonably different characters in regards to their strengths and weaknesses. Some of them have entirely different weapon sets and powers, so not exactly fair to rank them in the same regard when they were just a normal-ass person and then became a magical mummy like Mel. Xazi. Hope that's how you pronounce that. Thank you very much. Thanks for jumping in. Let me know who you think, where you're going to place your bets on who the strongest character is. Again, probably Wizard Viktor or God Viktor. But, again, we can't know. It could be Scar. It could be Gert, for all we know until we do this. Maybe Benzo. Maybe Benzo's the secret Chad, So we have some tiers for the ranking here. We've got Godlike up at the top, of course, being like the apex ultimate champion of Arcane. And then we've got Powerful, so, even if they're a normal individual, quote unquote, they are still incredibly powerful or good fighters or have access to small amounts of magic, for example. And then we've got Standard, which is just kind of the mid-level range where I feel a lot of characters will sit in. We also have Just a Person, because there will probably be some characters here that are quite literally just a person. And then we have Weak for all the weak little weaklings in there that, maybe like a bit of a Mylo could just be down in the weak, because he's weak like his pencil moustache in episode 7. Right, super weak. Now, what I will say is if we absolutely breeze through this in no time at all, which I'm not expecting to happen, but if that does happen, we do have another little extra secret tier list to look at. But I'll keep that hidden away just in case we need to do an entire stream for it. Spoilers, will probably be the most cringe thing I've ever done. Actually, I'll spoil it for you. It's every single Arcane ship, and I'll probably go absolutely insane while I'm trying to do that. I'll probably rage and cry and be disgusted, and we can all be disgusted together at some of these rank ships. But that's not the topic for now. we've got that in the back pocket. Thanks, Megan, for that idea. Oh, dear. Anyway, this one, however, we're not going to be talking about the bizarro world of arcane shipping. We're going to be talking about power scales, which is going to be very fun, I think. Now, we should just kind of get rocking and rolling because, as mentioned, there's going to be multiple parts to this. So first, we kind of rank all of the characters, put them into their tiers, and then after that, we're going to have each character kind of in those tiers, almost do a little bit of like a 1v1, headcanon 1v1, just to kind of see who the top apex of each tier is, and then go from there. See if there's maybe anyone in standard that can beat powerful, any weaklings that can fight just people, potentially. We'll see. Alrighty. So, what we'll do, we'll start with Vi. So this is Season 1, Episode 1 Vi. So, literally, just a normal-ass kid. But, hey, pretty good fighter. Let's be completely frank, for a kid, pretty darn good fighter, right? She definitely holds her own. She is confident. She's got a bit of balls on her, when Deckard pulls the knife on her, and she just walks up and absolutely chads him into becoming a shimmer monster. Literally, her alpha energy turned him into such a beta cuck that he had to turn to shimmer just to feel like a big man again. Wow, that's very powerful, Vi. My goodness, that's almost godlike. We also see at that age she can hold her own not only against a group of thugs that are her age, but of course with the aid of a thin bridge and some weapons, she can absolutely hold her own against a bunch of adults. Like a whole bunch of them. Again, like Thermopylae style, I'm going to stand in the center of this bridge and you aren't going to get past me. Replace a bridge with like a cliffside. But yeah, she is no joke, even though she is a young kid. Her weapons, I don't think she'll get like Vander's gauntlets. Those are Vander's. But she can definitely use a few things. She can even go, as mentioned, up face to face against someone with a knife. So this is going to be an interesting one because she's definitely not weak, but she is just a person, right? I'm not going to put her up in standard, I don't think. Oh, maybe though, right? Because she does like 1v7, like a bunch of thugs. Yes, the bridge helps her, of course. And the weapons help as well. Give her a bit of oomph, bit of weight behind her punches. But she definitely seems capable, like super duper capable, even at that young age. She can outrun, obviously, along with her crew, but she can outrun like a bunch of enforcers chasing her. So she's reasonably quick and agile. You see her, like, even in that 1v7 bloody thug fight, she does bloody jumping attacks and all sorts of craziness. So very agile, very young, so a lot of energy, very confident and ballsy, and absolutely willing to take smacks in the face as well. So quite a little beast in regards to Arcane Season 1 characters. If we had to compare her to like half the roster from Season 2, it wouldn't really be close. But definitely not weak. Definitely not weak. So it's kind of for young Vi, it's kind of between just a person and standard. But again, like, if I were to put her in just a person, and let's say bloody one of Silco's goons, or even Savfk, right? Because, no, I don't think young Vi and Savfk fight, right? That's later when she's a bit older. Yeah, because Savfk was going to fight on the bridge, and then Silco was like, nah, I'm going to send my Shimmer Boy to go deal with this young child. All right. Honest to God, like, I think I'm going to have to slap her in just a person, actually. Because, again, she's a good fighter. She's great. But, if I put her in standard and then I put like another adult and she doesn't have her weapons, it might be a bit rough and tumble. So young Vi, we will classify as just a person, and we will rock and roll from there, folks. So we've got Vi Season 1, Episode 9. So this is her, obviously she's got her gauntlets at this point. She has fought and beaten Savfk. She has fought and beaten a bunch of chem tanks. Of course, her gauntlets give her basically like super strength, super punches. At this point, she has like a energy shield as well from the gauntlets, so she's got good defense and offense. The gauntlets themselves, we've seen in Season 2, can stop Caitlyn's bullets. So a lot, like, not only super strength, but like super defenses, right? Absolutely crazy levels of defense and offense. You see her when she's fighting the chem tanks. One punch like absolutely shatters the skeletons of the chem tanks when she powers up her gauntlets. So obviously against someone that has like zero shimmer in their system, it would absolutely destroy them. So this is a interesting one, right? Because not only is she going to be able to quickly whip around and use her hex tech gauntlets to do a lot of damage, but let's say if there's someone at range or even someone that can put out a lot of damage as well fighting her, she has a lot of defense. Again, her gauntlets are very powerful. Not only that, they can produce an energy shield at this point for this Vi. So, like, if she was even going up against someone like, let's say, evolved Viktor with his bloody zippy-zappy laser beam, she'd be able to kind of defend against that. She would have more options of defense against someone like that than some of these other characters might. So it's kind of a double whammy there. She's got a lot of strength, a lot of damage output, but also she can take a lot. We see she just gets smacked in the face a lot, and she is more than willing to get back up and continue fighting. It's kind of like one of my favorite little moments in Season 1 is when she's fighting Savfk, and then she kind of hears Vander. Obviously a gorgeous moment, but we're going to have to kind of keep that in mind that she absolutely whips Savfk to a point. It's kind of equal to a point, and then she absolutely destroys her. So Vi Season 1 Episode 9 is pretty strong. Pretty strong in regards to Season 1 characters especially, because obviously, as mentioned, the power scaling between Season 1 and Season 2 is quite out of whack, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So, in regards to where she would sit, and this is going to seem a little bit crazy, but bear with me. Yeah, her actual defense is shit. No head movement, lol. But those gauntlets make up for it if she keeps her hands up. Yeah, like I said, she blocks with her face constantly. But the gauntlets themselves can deflect Caitlyn's bullets. At this point in Vi's career, the gauntlets create an energy shield as well. So maybe she can use her dense little brain to replace the face defense with the energy shield defense, and maybe she'll do a little bit better. But let's be fair, she didn't even know that she had a shield, right? When she was fighting Savfk, it was almost like this does this, and then she wins the fight, right? So if she knows that she's got the energy shield, she knows that she bloody puts her hands up to defend. You know, we've seen her fight against that arcade boxing machine, so she does the bob and weave quite a bit. It just seems she forgets to bob and weave whenever she fights literally anybody, but that's fine. So her head might not be in the game entirely, but her tools would definitely be able to help her out with that. And again, because of the whack power scaling, she's very powerful in regards to Season 1 characters, but Season 2 characters, maybe not so much. Now, this is going to confuse some people, I'm sure. I'm actually going to put this Vi into powerful. Yeah, so I'm going to put this Vi potentially in standard, right? Oh my god, what? You mean the older, obviously stronger and wiser Vi is weaker? Well, yes, because in Season 2 she loses the one benefit that's going to help her against a lot of stronger people, and that's the energy shield. She replaces it with a bloody little rocket boost, which, yeah, that's cool. That's going to be helpful in some regards, but it's probably a little bit more helpful to be able to defend yourself against things like Viktor's Zippy Zappy and Jace's Blippy Blappy, right? In my opinion, it's better to defend yourself with an energy shield from a missile launcher than trying to zip zap away with your gauntlets. A little bit cringe. She also, like basically the thing with Vi Season 1, Episode 9 that puts her into powerful is, again, not only is she putting out a lot of damage, she has a lot of options in regards to defense. Vi Season 2, Episode 9, not so much. Yes, she's got her gauntlets still, of course, but for whatever reason, she does not have the energy shield anymore and has replaced it, with a bloody rocket boost, which, cool. Visually, great. In a fight, maybe not so much. You know, if you're in quite a tight, contained area, a rocket propellant wouldn't help you very much. And the fact of the matter is, you can, charge the gauntlets to do more damage instead of having to use a rocket boost to do more damage. So she's kind of pipped herself out of the powerful tier by removing that defense, because, as Twilight Moon mentioned, now the only real defense is her face, which will probably get a bit squishy-wishied. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, nip Vi into standard. Crazy, right? OMG? You're telling me that old young Vi is better than Vi 3 weeks later? I know, kind of whack. Anyway, totally fine. So we've got the 3 Vis: powerful, standard, and just a person. Just a child, really. Just a little girl. Oh my god. Speaking of just a little girl, we've got Jinx from Season 1, Episode 1. And I know what you're thinking, WTF? Immediate weak, right? Like, she's just a child. What are you thinking? Well, she does cause a lot of damage. Inadvertently, of course. Inadvertently. But we also know that she can create. She's a little tinkerer, right? She likes to create things. Bombs, explosives, things like that. Do they work? No, but she's got some technical skills in that department. She somehow manages to outrun someone who is a lot taller and older and not carrying a heavy bag of loot. So she must have bloody super speed before the shimmer surgery. OMG, I can't believe it. But yeah, this is a toughie, right? Because yes, she's a spindly little thing, but let's say one of her, in retrospect, horrific, nail bombs that she was making as a child worked. They would cause quite a bit of damage, right? Especially if she was just up against a bunch of weak people. But the trouble is we can't be certain that they would work, right? We can't be certain that they would, because more often than not we see them not work. And the only time they actually do at this stage is later, and it's by accident. And she accidentally offs most of her adoptive family. Oh wow, that's not great. But this is Episode 1, Season 1 Jinx. All we've gotten from that point is that she is a nervous Nelly, I keep calling her Jinx. This is Powder. OMG, I'm so sorry. That's so rude. I'm dead naming Powder. That's terrible. Megan. Oh, hello, Megan. Look, you're going to be so chuffed. So I've got the power scaling stream rockin' and rollin', but Megan, check this out. Look at this, just for you. The ultimate arcane ship tier list maker, just for you, pal. Look at that, ready to rock and roll. Ready to slowly drive me absolutely insane. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thanks. We've got such amazing ships as, let's have a look here. Caitlin, Vi, and Maddie. Ooh. Yummy. We've got Sky and Viktor. Okay, that's chill. We've got Echo and Powder. Everybody knows it. We've got Vi and Caitlyn. Well, that's just a goddamn relationship. This is already cringe. And oh my god, we've got bloody... Oh my god, Scar and Steb? That's hot. Anyway, back to the actual stream. Silco X Finn is crazy work. Yeah, well, look, maybe that's why they were so against each other, because they were secretly in love, you know. Twilight. Vander and Grayson, yeah. They're there, absolutely. All the juicy ones are there. Even Clagger and Mylo is there for me to absolutely scream and rage and be disgusted by and say, God, did bloody George R.R. Martin come up with this bloody ship, you know? Goodness me. Anyway, Season 1, Episode 1, Powder, rather weak, unfortunately. Again, we don't see any of her explosives actually work. They just kind of piff a little bit of smoky, painty, colory, pinky nonsense. So, unfortunately, she does have to sit in the weak department. Let's see who else is going. This is going to be like if I chuck bloody like Gert or something, or the Goat Man in the weak department, and they have to scrap Baby Powder. That's going to be funny. Anyway, next. Next character. Yeah, so not a lot to obviously speak about. Season 1, Episode 1, Powder. We don't get a lot of her, so, you know. But next up, we've got Season 1, Episode 9, Jinx, right? So at this point, she is fully Shimmer infused. So she has super speed and super healing. We see that she has healing factor because in Season 2, post-Shimmer surgery, she's getting punched by Vi's power gauntlets and just kind of shakes it off like nothing happened. Where, of course, if we remember in Season 1, when that happened to the chem tanks, like their entire skeleton would explode and they'll just turn into bloody dust, right? So she's definitely got some kind of healing factor going on there. Obviously not like Warwick's, but something. There's also, again, the super speed. She has her Gatling gun. She has Jawbone, missile launcher. She has all of her explosives. She's basically like the not necessarily long range like Caitlyn, but she likes to set traps, set up a spot, and then kind of ambush and take you out, right? Which in the 1v1s isn't going to be the case, probably isn't going to help her a huge amount. But again, the super speed, the healing factor, a Gatling gun, and a missile launcher and a bunch of grenades is probably going to be quite helpful, alright? Now, does that make her powerful because she's got access to a bunch of weaponry? No. But what does make her powerful is, unlike the average person, again, she is infused with Shimmer, so she's a lot faster, probably a bit stronger, and yeah, it seems to me like if you were in a brawl with her, like Vi and Jinx were, it would kind of go for quite some time because she seems to be able to take quite a lot of very powerful punches. And unlike Vi, she doesn't block with her face, which is quite good. That's like one thing above her. Let's have a looky. She had that weird lurch movement too she can do, although she only did it once last episode, Season 1. So is that like with her super speed? Is that what, like when she is doing the like, oh teehee, I'm innocent to Caitlyn, and then like quickly lurches forward and grabs the gun? Is that what you're referencing? Because yeah, like absolutely, she can like zip around like crazy. Like between frames, she's like a few meters to the side, you know. So when you fight someone like that, and also, Twilight. So yeah, like almost bloody instant transmission, right? Like she can just zip around. Maybe there's like a limit range-wise, like maybe she can do like 10 feet or something, but even that, you know, is going to put a lot of people out of whack. You know, they're not going to be able to keep up, especially with a lot of the characters that we're dealing with. Like, you think Benzo is going to be able to keep up with that? Nuh-uh. Nah, brother. So yeah, look, Jinx definitely powerful, easily. Like we're simply ignoring the fact that she has access to a bunch of weapons and traps and explosives. The reality is once you have a bit of healing factor and super speed, you are going to be more powerful than pretty much every character from season 1. So, because that's just how season 1 worked. It was obviously a lot more focused and grounded and contained with most of the story and characters. So as soon as you give someone the Gatling gun with super speed, they're going to be quite powerful. Not godlike though. That is, we've got that there for a couple of the characters coming up, because I don't think it would be fair to have God Viktor fight Powder from season 1, episode 1, right? I don't think that's very fair. Goodness me. Now, next up, we have Jinx, Season 2, Episode 9, post Boinky Boinky with Echo. Yes, that's how she cured her depression, as Echo went, hey babe, let's have a chat. They had a chat and a dance and and then she's fine. Isn't that fantastic? Wow, wow, wow. So, there's not really... The only unfortunate part of this is the real difference, in my opinion, between Jinx Season 1, Episode 9 and Season 2, Episode 9 is that her mental state is magically much better for some reason by that point. So she is not a crazy or crazed lucid, or I guess not lucid would be the wrong term, like the actual opposite term to that. But where you might be able to get around Jinx Season 1, Episode 9, like as we see in that episode, there seems to be some things you could maybe say to her to kind of trigger her visual hallucinations and schizophrenia. You might be able to utilize that in a fight. Literally Vi could be fighting her and she just goes, think of Vander, and then Jinx is like, oh shit, I've thought of Vander and now I want to die. Right, like that could put the whole fight off. Not really gonna be the case for Jinx Season 2, Episode 9. She has access to all the same stuff: Gatling gun, missile launcher, traps, grenades, explosives, super speed, healing factor, and she's got short hair. Oh my god. So you can't just grab her long ass hair and shove her on the ground, because I think anybody that knows much about fighting, long hair is no bueno. It's a target, right? So she might be even better in a bit of a scrap with a little shorter cut. So there's not a huge difference there. Honestly, I feel like she's just also in the powerful rank, right? Like the fact that she doesn't have a trigger seemingly at the moment doesn't just set her aside and put her in godlike. So Cjbeards, we're going to have Season 1 Episode 9 Jinx probably fight Season 2 Episode 9 Jinx. That'll be interesting. That would be quite interesting indeed. So next up we have Caitlyn, Season 1 Episode 9. So, I mean, Caitlyn, she's an enforcer, she's like a detective, she has a gun, so she's basically just a cop with a gun. Yahoo. She's a very good shot, though, of course. Let's not be too crazy here. Very, very good shot. Often doesn't miss from what we've seen in the show. Like, has she missed like ever in the show? Goodness me. So really great shot, but her weaponry is literally just a rifle, right? She doesn't have any super speed, she doesn't have anything like that. If she can kind of get the jump on somebody, that would absolutely be to the benefit of her. But, again, in these fights, there's no exact guarantee that that is going to happen. So the reality is as it stands for her, she is just a person who is a very good shot and trained in maybe some form of CQC by being an enforcer. Very intelligent, very good detective, so that might help in some regards. But again, in a straight up fight, if you kind of, as Savfk does in Season 2, if you get up nice and close, Caitlyn can't really do shit. I mean, in that fight, Caitlyn was saved by Jinx when Jinx shot the missile into the wall, which, got Savfk to stop basically throttling her. And then again, she was saved by Jace hitting the hex core thingy to make her weapons go all wacky quacky, and then allow her to kind of press that up against Savfk to make her go, wow, that's hot. Not that kind of hot, guys. Get your minds out of the bloody gutter. So look, the reality is with Caitlyn, I love her. I love long-range characters, of course, don't get me wrong. If there's a situation where she has the distance and she's got a shot, you're done, of course. But we do have some characters here that are going to be able to put up with a bullet wound, right? There's characters here that have put up with much worse. So, I'm sad to do it, but sorry, Caitlyn, she is just a person. Sorry. She's one of my favourites, but that's the reality. Caitlyn Season 2, Episode 9, she needs her support girl, Mal. Yeah, literally. I mean, yeah. And let's talk about that for a moment. How wacky quacky. She's like, yeah, shut up and fight. This 2v1. Yeah, okay. Alright, and I do like how the Noxian Guard are just yeah, let's chill and watch this 2v1. Yes, they're a warrior society. Yes, Mel is a Mudada, so if they were going to fight, sure, they might sit aside. But Caitlyn ain't no bloody Mudada, mate, She's just trying to kill Ambisa, and the Guard are yeah, okay. We're chill. They're like the bloody the guards in Minas Tirith in Lord of the Rings. They're just chill when all of this whack stuff is happening. Of course, they're there to defend the king, and the king isn't there, so they're just kind of guarding the tree. But Denethor's running around setting himself on fire, and all of these guards are just yeah, that's chill, I guess. I can't wait to go home. I'm having bread soup for tea tonight. I cannot wait. Anyway. So Caitlyn Season 2, Episode 9, not a huge difference. Let's be honest. The only difference is her weapon, her Hex Tech rifle. And, I mean, we're talking Season 2, Episode 9, so she's also potentially missing an eye for this fight. Which is not great. I mean, I guess if it's the right eye, it's probably perfectly fine. But your depth perception is obviously buggered, and if you get into a fighty fight, that's going to be a little bit rough. So really the only boost that Caitlyn gets from Season 1, Episode 9 to Season 2, Episode 9 is that she has a Hex Tech rifle. She has more combat training through, though, with him. No, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I would say there's, as mentioned before, some elements of her. She gets CQC training to be an enforcer. But no, one-on-one lessons with Ambisa would absolutely help. Probably some pointers, some tips by Rictus, the G Rictasio. She also now has foreknowledge that there are these runes that can deflect and dissipate the arcane, which might come in handy. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Do you think she would be maybe in standard then? It would be more likely up with Vi. I think that'd be fine. She can have a knife on her, and she can go ratatata and I don't know, do something against Vi. Maybe slit her. She would actually know. That's a good point as well. She would know how these probably Hextech weapons work, right? So much like Jinx in Season 2, Episode 9, maybe she'd be able to say, remove the Hex Gem from the gauntlet quite easily, and that would kind of, give her a little bit of an edge potentially, but you're also getting into close quarters combat with Vi of all people, so that's a bit of a risk. Look, I'd say the extra... what's going on there? Is that all good? Are we all groovy? No, we are live. Okay. My thing was just being a bit strange. That's all right. Look, I mean, we'll give her the extra combat training that Ambisa gives her, the foreknowledge that now that she knows that there are things that can block out the arcane, the fact that she has her Hex Tech rifle is probably pretty good. We'll slip her in standard. We'll give her that little upgrade. And she looks really hot in her overcoat, so, that's really important when it comes to power scaling, man. Alrighty. Next, we've got Echo, Season 1, Episode 9. Yeah, standard is still good, generally. I think Kate's ability is on a sliding scale and very much situational. Yeah, as I'd mentioned, the thing is with her is if she gets the jump on you and she's got the range, it's over. Like, she will just blat you into oblivion in one shot. Very easily. Now, so I was hearing some strange sounds in my timeless void. Here I am, in my timeless void. I clicked the wrong thing. I was trying to do a joke, and I clicked the wrong thing. That's cringe. I should just stick to the tier list, bro. That's so cringe. Anyway, so we've got Echo. And yeah, no, as you said, standard is still good. Like, that is the midline. That is where most folks are probably going to sit. Because, again, Season 1, we're dealing with a lot of pretty standard people. There's not a lot of craziness going on. So, speaking of not a lot of craziness going on, Echo Season 1, Episode 9, we see... he's like the leader of the Firelights. He is rocking and rolling with this, like, hoverboard technology that they basically... maybe not invented, but perfected, especially for his area. He's having that conversation in Season 1 with Heimerdinger about how he's designed the hoverboard specifically to be driven around in the lanes in that particular atmosphere. So that's pretty cool. He's obviously an incredibly onto it engineer and inventor, much like Jinx kind of turns out to be. Good. He's good with a bit of metal. He's got like a metal rod that he smacks people in the face with, which that seems to work. I wouldn't if I got a baseball bat to the face, I would not be a happy chappy. And he seems incredibly competent in regards to ambush, fighting, and holding his own as well. I mean, we see in Season 1, he charges someone who is blasting at him with a gun, and he blocks or dodges the bullets, blocking them with his hoverboard, of course, and manages to, like, quickly close the distance and take out someone who's firing a gun, a incredibly powerful ranged weapon at him, which is very good. That's a very, very good thing to be able to do when you are just a normal-ass person who seemingly doesn't have any ranged weapons. Him and his crew, I should say, are enough of a pest to become, like an annoyance to the Cjbeards, disrupting their chem trafficking thing. I mean, what would I bloody call it? Their scheme. I mean, who do we see him fight, though? So we see him fight Jinx and kind of just whips her butt, let's be frank. She only won because she went the explody-wody route, which is no bueno. That's kind of cheating, Jinx. Goodness me. Who else do we see him fight? We see him fight some of the... or is it more the Firelights are fighting the goons? Because I'm trying to think of the episode where they go and, like, Jinx is reintroduced in Season 1, Episode 4. I mean, he's kind of whipping around. I guess he does kind of take some people out. He's got those... like mineral grenades that seem to be able to kind of just hold people in place for a reasonable amount of time. Was it like 60 seconds or something like that? He was timing it. Which, in a fight, quite beneficial. If you've ever played a game with like a hero shooter or a fighter or literally League of Legends, an ability that can stun is pretty bueno. You can take advantage of that quite well. But that's all he's really got going on, right? He's much like a Jinx, where he is a normal person. I mean, a pre-Shimmer infused Jinx, I should say. Pretty standard normal person, except with quite high abilities. I love Arcane 2007. Do you think he would be able to take Jinx down even after Shimmer? Or would she have the upper hand because of it? She absolutely would have the upper hand because of her super speed, yeah. So the thing that kind of gives him the edge in the fight on the bridge is his speed on his board, right? He can kind of quickly close the distance and kind of surprise Jinx, smack her in the face and knock her over, and just kind of outweigh and muscle himself to the victory. Right, whereas if Jinx had the super speed that she has when she's been injected with Shimmer, that's never going to happen. Like, he would try and close the distance, she would zip back another 20 feet and start blasting again like Frank Reynolds. But she has good eyesight, so she doesn't miss, right? Now, it's a roughie, because, once she's got that Shimmer-infused stuff going on, I don't think he stands a chance. Even if he somehow managed to get her trapped in like the mineral grenade thing, I think that's still gonna be a bit of a ask, in my opinion. Shimmer is so OP, I completely agree. Although, does the effects of Shimmer wane over time? Savfk has to keep injecting herself. So, great question. So the thing with that is that all of these chem tanks that you see, all like Savfk, and the chem tanks, all of these other characters that are using Shimmer as a drug are using the non-Apex version of it. It's literally the street drug that they are being either taking or injected with, which, remember, with Jinx, she literally had Singed do life-saving surgery on her, and I think basically infusing her with this higher form of Shimmer is what gives her all of these abilities. So I don't think it wanes over time. No, I think it's literally just kind of part of her now. Almost, and I'm not saying this is the fact, but it's almost a similar idea of with Viktor in Season 1, how you see his blood cells are being formed into the hex core, right? It's same idea except with Shimmer, where Jinx's being has been basically injected with all of the Shimmer, and that's just kind of going to be part of her being moving forward. I don't think she'd ever need to inject it. We don't see her needing to do that, so yeah, I'd say that's how we go. I get it. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. So unlike Savfk, as you mentioned, who almost basically needs it to be part of the arm, constantly injecting into her to give her that boost, maybe give her a bit of healing, a bit of extra strength, and to make her arm stronger. Here we see it's more of the fact of, no, it's literally just part of her being. Yeah, because I figured the difference was the amount of Shimmer one is injected or takes. Yeah, I do remember also that it's a drug. Not only a hyper addictive drug. I'm sure we are going to go the standard drug route, because Shimmer, obviously the drug crisis is something that they were touching on thematically with Shimmer. So let's kind of think about it that way, where if you are doing too much Shimmer, you will probably overdose, or you will become one of the wretches down in the fissures like Huck, and literally mutate yourself into this leper looking cretin. Whereas I feel if you are using the high form Singed Apex Shimmer, it's probably more the medical grade stuff, right? Where it's not this dirty, nasty stuff that bloody Smeech has put together and is selling on the corner, right? It's the good. It's the good. Right? And it might not even be about amounts, right? It might just be about the grading, because I think Singed refers to what's used on Warwick as Apex Shimmer, so it's clearly this much higher, purer form of it, which seems to do different things to Shimmer itself, which is just a hyper addictive drug that turns you into a beast kind of thing. Which, again, it's kind of on the nose symbolism for thy royal world, OMG. Echo, however, for this power scaling, I believe we should sit at standard. I think that is only fair. Now, folks, I know this is going to blow your mind apart, but I'm going to go grab a coffee. The coffee place is open, and I'm not going to ruin my life by going there like I did last stream and realizing it is closed. So, so please. Oh, what have we got here? Twilight. Then I think I have Jinx actually beating Vi then. The Shimmer factor is a huge multiplier. Vi only got the good street injection. Jinx has the good. Yes. If she wasn't so suicidal, she should beat Vi. Completely agree. So, as mentioned, what we're doing here is we're putting them into the tiers where they're going to fight, and then each character in these tiers are going to do 1v1s all the way through and see kind of who the top of the rank is for each of these tiers. So we're going to have a number 1 in weak, a number 1 in just a person, a number 1 in standard, a number 1 in powerful, and if there's more than one character in godlike, then that will also be taken care of there. So yeah, no, we will be seeing whom is going to be able to kind of come out on top in these rankings. We're just kind of slipping them into what would be fair in regards to their particular power scale. Now, I will be back in about like 10 minutes max. It's literally have to basically become non-ethereal and become physical, so I can enter the physical realm, go grab caffeine, and I will be back very shortly. But as per, I have my video ready to rock and roll for you guys, so you're not sitting there just watching a blank screen of silence, which would be very cringe. But I shall return very quickly. Thank you.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A
Barman.
bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks. So you're Vander.
Hound of the Underground.
much time do I have?
Rotten luck, boys.
Oh no, I cut off the Jinx and Echo video. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But now I have some caffeine and there's nothing standing in the way from us getting through this bloomin' ranking. So let's muscle on, shall we? Alrighty. Quick sip of caffeine. Oh, that's pretty darn good. Just saying. Okie dokie. Now, where were we? Yeah, so Echo, Season 1, Episode 9, standard, of course. He's just a bro, doing his thing, and he's a very, very good little scrapper, right? So, nothing too crazy there, nothing too shocking. So, who do we have next? So, I'm just going to immediately chuck Echo, Season 2, Episode 9 into Godlike. Let's be completely frank and beans here. The bro can manipulate time. The Z drive is absolutely nutty. Yes, it is limited to, 4 seconds, But what someone can do with those 4 seconds on repeat basically forever is win, right? That is who Echo is. He's the boy wonder. Everything he does is seemingly perfect because he can manipulate time and save the people he wants to save, whilst that is, of course, incredibly traumatic, which is something that I feel the show missed out on a lot. The story, let's look at Echo trying to save someone and failing constantly and watching that person die over and over and over again as he's constantly going back in time trying to save them and failing, to then obviously having some kind of what was it called? I've blanked on the term. How cringe. My ghoulish rotted brain has let me down. Like this complex where everybody thinks he's this amazing hero, where he thinks he's some kind of failure because he just constantly fails all the time, but people only see the success, the victory, how amazing and genius he is. It's something complex. But I'm blanking on the name because my brain has rotted away over thousands of years of living in a timeless void. Oh my. But when the bro can literally, you smack him in the face, he goes back in time 4 seconds and dodges that and then smacks you in the face. Look, it's going to be GG's, frankly, every time. And then obviously the show has implemented the fact that if he really wants to, he can go even further back and just destroy, well, everything around him. Feels like Caitlyn in Season 2, Episode 9 is powerful. She took on Ambessa hand-to-hand. Well, yes, Cam, but do remember it was a 2v1. She had Mel, right? So if it was just Caitlyn, she would have lost. Easily, in my opinion. Ambessa is a beast. Let's not forget, Ambessa is a beast. So look, Caitlyn is very good. She's a decent fighter. She's incredibly good at long range. She basically never misses. But in that regard, she did have some very helpful backup, right? Literally something that could shield her. So yeah, she did have the scrap, and yes, she was victorious there, but it wasn't exactly a fair fight, in my opinion. Though in saying that, she was also stabbed just prior to that, so So it's a bit of a double edged blade, so to speak, Cam, where yes, she was weaker because she'd been stabbed, but she did have magical mummy Mel doing her zip zap abilities, so it kind of equals out. And yeah, when I was talking about Caitlyn, the reality with her is, look, if she gets the jump on you and she's got the range, it's pretty much GG. Like, she's gonna get you. But in a close quarters 1v1 fight, it might be a little bit closer. We see Savfk just should have destroyed her in Season 2, Episode 3, but she was saved multiple times by different things. So yeah, no, I mean, I am in agreement to some regard that she's no... she's no pushover. But again, Standard is more like the stronger than just being a person, but not crazy, as in Jinx has super speed and healing factor and stuff like that. So, anywho, yeah, so look, Season 2, Episode 9, Echo, absolutely godlike. Again, time manipulation is absolutely insane. Plot armor. Yeah, Megan, there are a lot of characters, obviously, with a lot of plot armor. We'll try and set that aside in our little headcanon game here that we're doing. But yeah, that is a reality as well. A lot of these characters, there may be situations where they should have been beaten, but because they are a POV main character, they end up winning. Right? Is what it is. And then, I mean, the most obvious example of that is actually when Jinx blows herself up and then is obviously she's all burnt up and needs to be saved, but we see the damage those grenades do in the impact frames in Season 2, Episode 9, so she should have been toast. Anyway, Echo, Season 2, Episode 9, time manipulation, hoverboard, but look, let's be frank, he could literally not have any hoverboard or any weapons, literally anything, and he'd still be godlike. He has time manipulation. He can, for some reason, he can build a interdimensional teleportation device, obviously with the help of Powder and Heimerdinger. But if he's capable of doing things like that, he's also probably quite capable of building other things, much like Jinx can, and Jace will be able to as well. So yeah, once you've got time power, once you're a timey-wimey guy, yeah, you're pretty godlike. It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Anyway, Jace, Season 1, Episode 9. So that's Jace. I mean, he's just a guy. Let's be frank. He is a broski. He has a big hammer that turns into a big shooty hammer, which is quite good. But no, very strong. I mean, we see him, again, it's like the thing with Vi in Season 1. We see him just absolutely take on a bunch of chem tanks, which, again, the reality is they set it up okayly. It's not perfect, but they set it up okay, where they show the chem tanks just absolutely sweep through all the enforcers, one shot, super speed, no dramas. And then, of course, because Vi and Jace are core characters, but because they are also reasonably strong individuals, Jace empowered by his hammer and his hex tech, they can pretty easily take out a bunch of these chem tanks in Season 1. And Jace can take out small children very easily, right? So, that puts him pretty strong. That puts him above Powder from Season 1, Episode 1. But yeah, it's one of those situations, kind of like Caitlyn, right? Where it's like there's this hyper specialization, but if you remove that, it's going to become very difficult for him to do much. Like again, Jace in a fist fight with Season 1, Episode 9 Jace with a fist fight against Season 1, Episode 9 Vi, for example. Vi would, like, clean him out. Easy. Like, no dramas. Like, yes, he's a dude and she is a girl, but he is a science man and Vi is a fighter and a brawler. It's not your atypical, the average man could beat 20 athletic, it's not that fucking nonsense, right? It's literally Vi will take 12 punches in the face and Jace will get smacked in the face once and go, oh, good heavens, oh, my nose, oh, darling, why did you do that? Oh, I thought we had something special. Have a big friggin' cry about it. So he is boosted a lot, not only by his hammer, but of course his ability to design, engineer, and create hex tech weaponry, which is very good. Viktor's change in the tier list from 1 to 9 to 2 to 9 gonna go crazy. Yes! He's gonna go from a guy who you could literally push over and he'd probably die to like a literal god, right? So what I've done here, because they actually only have Viktor Season 1, Episode 9 and Viktor Season 2, Episode 9, but I wanted to split them out a bit further, so down here at the bottom in the center, you've got like God Viktor and Wizard Viktor as well, so we'll be able to judge those as they are. But yeah, very much. It's going to be quite a divide there, Cam, that's for sure. Now, yeah, look, Jace, again, look, he is just a broski. He does put himself up, though. Not only does he have the hammer, but again, this is an argument that I made for Vi Season 1, Episode 9 as well, where he can put out a lot of damage, but he also has some pretty good defenses. His hammer also has the energy shield, which is going to help with a lot of things. Not only is he putting out lots of damage through his hammer in close quarters, he has range with that hammer as well, and then he has the defenses. So look, even though he is a pretty normal broski, his weaponry, in my opinion, chucks him up into powerful. Again, the wrong situation, he gets a bit of a slappy, he's kind of screwed. But it is a little bit more than Caitlyn, where Caitlyn has the hex rifle, yes, but once someone runs up to her and gives her a bit of a slap on the bum, she's done. Whereas Jace, he has a lot more defensive capabilities with his tech than just the offensive capabilities of the hammer. Plus, it's a really good, like an incredibly good close range and incredibly good long range weapon. It has AoE explosives, so even if he's not the most accurate, which we see, I was about to say we see in Season 1, but to be fair, he's trying to shoot at people that are like shimmer-infused super speed chem tanks, so we'll give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt there. But even if he does miss, the AoE explosion is going to take things out in the general vicinity. And I think one thing that will help with his aim is, let's say you strap a bunch of kids onto the enemy, he'll never miss. So if you do that, he's practically godlike. If he's going up against a child, godlike. I don't actually think Jace enjoys killing kids. I'm just going along with the meme, which I actually don't understand that meme at all, but, you know, it is kind of funny. So, yeah, look, I'm going to kind of go slightly against what I said with Echo and Caitlyn, but again, his weaponry is a few steps forward than just a metal pipe or a gun, in my opinion. He probably won't last long when they start fighting each other, but that's kind of where he sits. Now, Jace Season 2, Episode 9, same deal. Like, he's basically the same guy, except now he's suffering from, like, this like, I don't know, split personality, this bizarre, like, early onset PTSD, or, like, there's something messing with him. And if you've seen my video where I go through all like the hidden frames and little details and stuff like that, you may remember me talking about how we see in a lot of these single frames different versions of him kind of splitting out from him. You see there's the really good one that I pointed out was just before the fight in the council chamber between Mel, Jace, and the Viktor evolved automaton in episode 8, we actually see that one of those splits that kind of comes out from him actually sees the automaton when Jace himself doesn't, but he immediately goes to shoot it. So, like, whilst he's got this, like, fractured mind, he's almost, like, got these extra versions of him that can perceive other things that he isn't necessarily looking at. So it's like a gift and a curse, right? It's a curse in the fact that, you know, let's say he's doing a 1v1 with Vi, and then he just suddenly has this panic headache attack, and then he's distracted for a moment, and he just gets his shit kicked in, right? Like, that is a very easy reality with this Jace, is that, look, kind of like I was saying with Season 1 Jinx, you can use his fractured mental state against him, distraction, or however you'd like to do, which is a very not good thing to have when you're trying to have a 1v1 scrapperoonie to the deatharoonie, right? You don't want to be easily put off or manipulated by someone just saying something, right? like this particular Jace, you could be scrapping with him, and then you go, hey, did you know I'm actually part Arcane? And then he starts having like a trip out seizure and starts crying, and then just starts blasting around. Like, you know, shit happens, right? The fractured mental state is not going to help him much in this regard, but he is still kind of in line with Powerful. He has the same weapon kit. Actually, I'm thinking about it, though, because at this point, he's got his bum leg, right? Oh, brother in Christ. Yeah, no, look, you've got your hammer, you've got your zippy zappy blasty blasties, but your leg is buggered, mate. You ain't doing a lot of movement, yeah? Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that's actually going to knock him down quite a few pegs there. If he can't kind of mobile himself around, yes, he can let off his hammer, he can let off his pow, he can do his shield, but he's not going to be able to make a lot of movement, a lot of dodges like he could have earlier without the bum leg. Yeah, I forgot about his leg bracey thing. Yeah, it's also like completely infected by the anomaly as well. Like, we see the anomaly pattern in his leg as it's like infecting. So, like, he's probably sicker than Viktor at this point. Damn, you hate Jace. Megan, I don't hate Jace. I really like Jace. I think the show hates Jace. And if the show wants to hate Jace, I'm not going to defend him. Like, if the show wants to turn him into a buffoon, I'm going to make fun of the buffoon man that the show turned him into, right? Because Jace is one of the people I feel they changed their character between seasons, so, you know. Yeah, you hate him. Okay, no, you caught me. Alright. There you go. There you go. I hate him. There you go. He's weak. He's gonna lose against Powder. There you go. Oh, dear. Jace basically killed Isha, but you can't hate his character for it. He was doing what he thought was right. Jace basically killed Isha. I mean, that was Isha's decision. Obviously, Jace didn't know what was going to happen, and let's be fair, he was put onto this by Wizard Viktor. So remember, the whole conversation and deal that he made with Wizard Viktor happened before he came back and killed Salo, etc., etc. Plus, there is an element that they are kind of missing in the show, unfortunately, where it is unclear whether or not Viktor is... it's unclear whether or not Viktor is actually helping these people he's turning into automatons, or if he's like literally kidnapping them and forcing them to do this, which is a bit of an element where Jace actually comes in and cleans up. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, the path was laid and was set by Jace, but that path was also laid and set by Viktor, if you want to go down that route. So, Wizard Viktor killed Isha, actually. And yet, no, you're absolutely right, Cam. Like, he thought he was... Again, I it's unfortunate what happened to the character, because I was hoping, again, with the knowledge of League of Legends lore, that he was going to become quite the badass this season. But yeah, they just kind of flip-flop him around. They lower his IQ a few times, make him a bit of a clown, and yeah. They butchered Jace character-wise, but he still looks fine. Yeah, I mean, I won't deny that. I think his mustard, grotty yellow eyes are a bit of a turn-off, but aside from that... and yeah, it's unfortunate because he had such a great character in Season 1, and he was clearly wanting to do right by the people that he could. And yeah, they just kind of disappear him for 3 episodes, and then he comes back and he's like, "Oh, where's Viktor? I want to penetrate Viktor with my hammer." He goes on the lam for 3 episodes, and he comes back. Oh god, I'm not going to go there. Cjbeards fans, eat your heart out. Megan, they did butcher his character. Well, pretty much all of them were stuffed. Yeah, and, you know, you were there for my character ranking tier list. Like, we had so many amazing characters from Season 1 that were S tier, like, go down to B, C, D tier, because by the time Season 2 ended, they were completely different characters, which is super unfortunate. It would be cool if you did another live stream to rank the Arcane episodes. Well, what do we have around here? Isn't that great? I've already prepped ready for that, Cam, so you stay tuned, and that will happen, absolutely. So I've got all the episodes, which we'll go through and rank and talk about them in depth. As shown before, we've got the ultimate Arcane ship tier list. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Yay. Oh, can't wait. And we've got some other ones there as well, like ranking all of the fighting scenes. We've got a lot of stuff. I was putting together a whole bunch of tier lists so we could do like a tier list extravaganza. Maybe when I hit 500 subscribers, for example, I can try and do like a massive like stream where I just do a whole bunch of different tier lists and we just talk about Arcane all bloody day, because that would be super duper fun. Yep, woo yay. Looks like you guys like the sound of that. Love to see it. Anyway. So, Jace, yeah, bung leg, he's a little bit mentally fractured at this point, so he's going to be pretty easy to take advantage of, not very mobile, and he probably would have gotten his ass whooped by the automaton if Mel wasn't there. Another situation where if Mel wasn't there, someone would have gotten blattered. Twilight Moon, also think that looks fun. Excellent, love to see it. Okay, Viktor Soz, brother. So, look, buddy, I'm really sorry, Viktor. You're a very intelligent, smart guy, but a gentle breeze would probably take you out. I'm very sorry. Viktor Season 1, Episode 9. And look, this isn't like a Jace thing, where it's like, well, he's not necessarily strong, but he can create XYZ, he could invent XYZ. Unfortunately, whilst he helps Jace make a lot of things, we don't see him technically design or create any of those things himself. Bruh, Season 1 Viktor has the strength of a toothpick. Yes. Yes, he does. And again, it's unfortunate because literally, to boost him to even just a person, all I'd need to see is him, like, be like, oh, you see my walking stick? I actually invented a las cannon in my walking stick, and I could destroy all of Piltover if I really wanted. Yeah, no, not going to happen. Not going to happen. As I said, like, bro could literally get blown over by a gentle breeze, and he would be donezo. Like, I'm super sorry. Yeah, he is not going to be much in a fight. He might be too... his mind may be far too focused on the Hex Core to even be... Jeepers, able to fight. He might be bloody blinking out and bleeding from his nose and doing all sorts. I wanted him to hit someone with that walking stick. Yeah, even playfully, you know. Give Jace a little tap on the bum with his walking stick, you know. Have a bit of fun. Just have a little bit of fun with it, Viktor. Goodness me. Oh dear. Yeah, not the strongest guy. Very intelligent. Again, I don't want to downplay him as a character. Very intelligent guy. But not only is he not going to be able to throw hands, but literally he's not going to be able to even walk very fast, right? Like, he needs his walking stick because he is very ill. Hex Tech walking stick. Yeah, like a... Jace, I have designed a Hex Tech walking stick. It helps me with my walking. The Hex Stick, I call it. I have to infuse my leg with shimmer so I can keep up with my brand spanking new Hex Stick. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out, unfortunately, you know. Now, as mentioned before, we go from Viktor Season 1, Episode 9 as, oh my, what are you thinking, getting into a fight, to Viktor Season 2, Episode 9, and we're just referring to the evolved version of Viktor, not God Viktor, not Wizard Viktor, just Viktor from the game, or at least this bizarro world redesigned version. Let me nip that up a bit so that looks a bit better. There we go. That's better. Now, I don't think it's much of an argument at all to say that the evolved Viktor is godlike. Not only does he have his laser, he seems to be able to use that hand to manipulate Hex Tech in general, or even just the arcane in general, right? We see that when Jace is trying to remove all of the, like, batteries or whatever it is that powers the Hex Gate core, and yeah, Viktor just zippy zappy his little extra hand around, and then they all kind of go back in place. So whether or not that's manipulating the actual physical items, or if it's actually like manipulating the hex or the arcane that is being produced by that core, we don't have non-shimmer Jinx. Yeah, we do, bro. Down there. Jinx. Do you see that? Powder? That weak little baby girl down there? There she is. There she is for you, bud. Sorry. But no, we do not have non-shimmer Jinx. Simply because that is kind of the end point, or at least midpoint for the character. But we have Powder, if that helps. If that helps your feelings. Because yeah, she obviously gets, as you would probably surmise, she obviously gets a massive boost to her power scale from being infused with Shimmer, the super speed, the small healing factor, very much so. Pinsim, how we doing, buddy? How we doing? Good to see you in here. Pow Pow gets punted, maybe. Maybe she does. Maybe she stumbles upon a bunch of unrefined Hex Tech crystals and throws them at Viktor, and literally Viktor just has a heart attack and dies. Look, hey, things can happen. Viktor is an ill man. This is probably the only thing that is going to give young Powder a boost, is that she's potentially going up against Viktor, right? So she could sneeze and he could fall over and die. So, you know, it is what it is. So evolved Viktor has a lot going on. I do wonder, I assume, I'm not going to say for certain, that like Warwick's evolved form, this evolved form of Viktor is also bulletproof. We see Warwick is like completely bulletproof when Jinx tries to shoot him. Take away Viktor's cane, you're good. Absolutely. He wouldn't even be able to... He'd fall over. Sorry, brother. Again, you got a good brain. You got a good brain, Viktor, but that's not going to help you in this situation, I'm afraid. Unfortunate, but that's just how it is. The only thing Viktor had for protection was hitting people with his cane. Yeah, that's his weapon. And even then, like, he's going to hit people with his cane. It's probably going to be like a little twig knocking against you in a breeze, right? There's not going to be a lot of force behind that. That's not going to be a good time for him, unfortunately. Why does God Victor remind me of Siren Head? Let's have a look. Is it the very slender nature, maybe? Because he obviously doesn't have the megaphone on his head, or siren, I guess, if you want to go that far. Victor plus young Pow would never fight each other. They would team up. He'd fix her bum bombs. Maybe. I mean, they are both Zornites, you know. They are both fractured in some way. Powder in the mind, Victor in the body. But unfortunately, there's no peace here, only war. Echo plus Jinx equals Time Bomb. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Which, unfortunately, put a lot of people off. I'm very much in the mind. I won't talk about this too much because we have a whole tier list for the ships, and I have said it before, but for me, I could care less about ships as long as the show commits to it, instead of just faffing about and wasting time to give some ship imagery so people post it onto Reddit. If you want characters to be in a relationship in your show, put them in a relationship and make it make sense, make it good, and then people will love it. Again, Jace and Mel's relationship, Caitlyn and Vi's relationship, both of them work because time is invested into making that relationship work. Instead of just random imagery that you throw in, which makes zero friggin' sense in the grand scheme of things. Megan, probs, but his design looked so whack. I mean, yeah, gorgeous though, right? Visually. Are we talking God Victor when he's like in the golden galaxy? Or are we talking the evolved Victor when he's walking around and he's like, "The choice is false, my brother. I have completely 180'd on all of my opinions for no reason." Do you guys think Victor ever hit Jace with his cane when he got annoyed? I think he gave him a bit of a tap on the bum every now and then. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then Jace was like, "Oh, stop it, only Mal can touch me there." Amazing accent. Thank you very much. As I've said before, you know, originally I was going to voice all the characters, but I feel the Arcane crew were like, "Nah, let's actually get some famous people in here." That's how they flirt with each other. Yeah. Yeah. Victor taps Jace on the bum. Jace shoots him with his hammer. You know, it's all fun and games, you know. Victor is a bum man. Yeah. That's why he went down to Zorn to fix all the bums down there. So much bums. So many bums. Instead of so much pain. Wow, funny. So, Victor Season 2, Episode 9, or at least the evolved version of Victor, godlike tier. Of course, I mean, the bro literally has like hex, tech, and arcane manipulation. Dude's very quick as well, like we see in the finale, like he almost teleports behind Jace, like some bloody anime villain, goodness me. They should have cast you for Vander. Pinsim, that is the one. Vander and Silco? Nah, no, they're too good. Those voices are too good. And Grayson? Oh my god, fucking Grayson. Oh my god. See, with Vander, I can't really do it because it's like down here, isn't it? Something like that. And he's like kind of like got a bit of a like exit. No, that doesn't sound anything like him. That doesn't sound anything like him. And I resend all of my voice acting skills. Victor's design was okay, but I prefer his old one from the game. Looked more like... Yeah, huge disappointment there. The Machine Herald doesn't look like a machine. What? Bro, like, yeah, come on. And they even refer to him as the Machine Herald as well. And it's like his design from the game was perfect for that. This other design makes him like the Arcane Herald, right? Like... you know, a little bit odd, a little bit off, a little bit strange for me. But the evolved Victor, very strong, very quick, has a lot of range, seemingly pretty unstoppable. Like, it seems the only way to stop him was to, like, basically like trap him in a rune arcane crystal inside Jace. Right, so the only way to stop Viktor was to make him go inside Jace. Well, what did they mean by this? I'm not really sure. I always got confused if Vander had a British accent or something else. Yeah, it's definitely like a British one. One thing to remember is that there are actually lots of British accents. Like, you can go from one town to another and people talk in a completely different accent. So it's probably just a very fixated accent from somewhere in the UK. But that's definitely where I think it's from. Kind of sounds Australian, maybe. Nah, I mean, maybe if you're like no, I don't think it's Australian. I think it is a British, not like Cockney, but there's some kind of twang to it there. Vander has a Cockney accent, which is what I have. So when people say he's Australian, I'm like, bruh, but your impressions are funny either way, lol. So like Vander has a Cockney accent, and people are like, oi, I'm Australian, and I'm like, oi, mate, I'm not friggin' Australian. I'm freaking Cockney now! Oh, thanks for sharing that piece of information, Megan. Keep that in the back pocket to make fun of you later. Thank you for that. Oh, dear. Okay. Evolve Viktor, very strong. Easy godlike, again, seems almost unstoppable from what we see in the show, which is pretty whack. Even the bro with time manipulation struggles against him, right? Like, that's quite something. Mel, Season 1, Episode 9. This is a toughie. We don't see her fight. Mel is like Mel is a very competent, very wealthy, hyper-intelligent, and powerful individual. Is that going to help her in a fight? Oh, actually, let's think about this, right? Because even though we don't see it in Season 1, really, she does always have the latent magic ability, right? So she's not Mel Season 2, Episode 9, where she's fully transformed and she's using her magic at will. At this point, shit, that's tough, actually, because she has, like, oh no, that's rough. Because she has all of these countermeasures, right? She'll go into the fight like a normal person, not knowing how to do any of her abilities or anything like that. But as soon as, like, say, one of the characters goes to kill her, she's just gonna, like, explode in light and, like, kill everybody, right? Like, that's rough, yeah, because she's got this latent magic ability her whole life. We see in the Ambisa music video, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that she has this ability since she was a bubby inside Ambisa's tum-tum. At the end, didn't she use her power to protect her and Jace on accident? Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, though, right? It's this latent magic ability that she has no control over at this point, but when she is in, like, a near-death experience, it pops off. So we get that with the explosion. For some reason, we don't get it when she gets smacked in the face and has a gun pointed at her face. Strange. We also don't get it when the chem tank, like, ogre creature smashes into the carriage and flips it over. Like, that could have killed them, and her magic ability didn't pop off then. Her magic ability didn't pop off when the Black Rose Society kidnapped her with magic. So it's difficult, right? Because it seems like her magical ability is to be able to read the script and know when she's actually in danger and when she's actually not in danger. That's pretty powerful. That's a pretty powerful magical ability. It kind of breaks the meta. My oh my. But yeah, so like literally, jokes aside, like, let's say she was in a fight with Vi. Vi would run up, go to smack her in the face, and, like, kill her. Oh, Alyssa Grace, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm not sure why they didn't pop up earlier. Thank you, Alyssa, for the subscription. Thank you very much. So, like, yeah, Vi could run up, smack her in the face with her gauntlet, and then Mel goes, and then explodes in golden light and just eviscerates her, right? So Wait, so why is Season 1 Echo in Standard? So Season 1 Echo, good fighter, but he is just a guy, right? It's kind of like the Caitlyn thing, where it's like, yeah, you've got a weapon, you've got like a hoverboard, you're a reasonably good fighter, but that's frankly all there is to it. He doesn't have his time manipulation, he doesn't have access to his Firelight crew, it is just him. So, like, Vi Season 1 Episode 9 isn't powerful purely because she has the added benefit of her gauntlets giving her a energy shield. So, as I was describing it, Vi Season 1 has more defensive and offensive capabilities than she actually does in Season 2, which is kind of whack to me, anyway. But yeah, like, he is just a bro. And like a good fighter, again, standard isn't a negative thing. That is just, they're a good fighter, they have weapons, and they can hold their own kind of thing. Whereas powerful is going up more to the fact that they have some pretty crazy abilities or crazy weaponry. And then, of course, godlike is like, nutso. I gotcha. Yeah, cool. So that's the trouble with Season 1, Episode 9 Mel, is that when we try and power scale her, she doesn't know she has these abilities. So, she's going to approach a fight like a normal person. Yes, she's hyper-intelligent. Yes, she's very powerful in regards to her wealth and influence and political power. That's not going to help her in a scrap, though. But, as mentioned, Vi runs up, smacks her in the face. She goes, ka-chow, accidentally kills her in like a burst of light, right? And then she'll just win. So that's a toughie. So I do have to kind of slip her into powerful, even though she doesn't even know she has these abilities. They will just trigger naturally in the fight and give her much more of an edge than someone with a gun, for example. Oh, that's some good coffee, y'all. Now. We've got Mal Season 2, Episode 9. So look, this is a godlike. So this is basically, powerful Mal from Season 1, except now she not only knows she has these abilities, she is both figuring out and able to set them off basically at will and understand what her powers can do. So that makes her much more of a threat, right? She wouldn't just accidentally win, for example, like Mal Season 1 would. She would be able to easily hold her own, not only with energy shields, but obviously we see all of the stuff she can do. She can also seemingly dissipate like LeBlanc's magical ability, so maybe there's some anti-magic there as well. She gets her power from like Kindred, which is a god of death, right? So if your god of death has empowered you, then you're probably quite strong. Why is Jace Season 2 9 in Standard? Yep, so two reasons, Pinsum. Basically, the major there is Jace Season 2 Episode 9 has a busted leg. Not only does he have the brace, but it is fully infected, so he's not as mobile as he was in Season 1. His mind is also fractured. So kind of like what I was saying with Jinx in Season 1, you can use that fractured mind against them during a fight. Seemingly much easier with Jinx, like literally if I could just be like, think about Vander, and Jinx like falls onto the ground and starts screaming because she's having a unfortunate visual hallucination, schizophrenic-like visual hallucination, right? Jace is similar in the fact that his mind is very fractured and split. Seemingly there's multiple versions of him coming out from him, perceiving things as well. So it's kind of a counterbalance where he can probably potentially perceive more than normal, but he is also kind of out of whack. Okay, thank you very much. Cool. So yeah, Mal Season 2, Episode 9, like, godlike, easy. I mean, Ambisa only stood a chance because she had her anti-magic runes. Of course, if you don't have those, it's literally GG's, right? Like, what are you going to do? Nothing. Is there literally anything that can be done? No. No. So, Vander, Season 1, Episode 1. Let's be frank here, guys. Just a fellow. Season 1 Jace may need to move down. At least, at the very least, he's definitely going to be last place in that tier for sure. Maybe, yeah. So Twilight Moon, the thing that props him up there is so he can put out a lot of damage, both melee, so close quarters and at range. His hammer has AoE ranged ability, so even if he misses, it's going to shoot out a big blast of energy around where he misses and still potentially take someone out. And his hammer, much like Vi's gauntlets in Season 1, has like an energy shield. So he's not only able to put out a lot of damage both at range and CQC, but he's also got a lot of defensive capabilities as well. So that's why he is in powerful. Because yeah, he is just a bro, absolutely. He is just a guy, like Vi is just a chick. But they have other things that kind of prop them up there. Putting Mel into godlike doesn't seem quite right, but I don't feel like powerful is really fair either. I feel like all characters in a tier should have a reasonable chance in a fight with each other. For sure, look, I mean, well, in my opinion, I think Mel, Viktor, and Echo could square up, in my opinion. Basically, like, yes, Mel is still learning her abilities, absolutely, but we don't have many arcane manipulators in the show. Right, we don't have many magic users actually in the show. And in Runeterra, if you manipulate the arcane, you are literally like a god tier threat to the entire world. We've got the rune wars throughout history where people can manipulate magic and the arcane and literally just destroy half the world because they're angry little firemen, for example. So that is the reality with magic in this universe. It not only does corrupt, but you've got arcane and then everyone else doesn't. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty much GG's. But if she went up against Viktor, evolved Viktor, it's a lot fairer. Or if she goes up against Echo, a guy that can literally manipulate time, it is a lot fairer. Whereas if, yeah, as you say, look, if Mel Season 2, Episode 9 went up against Vi, or even Jinx, it's GG in like 5 seconds, in my opinion. Mel Season 2, I see, fair point. Love Mel's design. That's about it. I wish she didn't. I wish they didn't make her magic. I just loved the fact that she was this hyper intelligent politician, incredibly wealthy and powerful. I loved that. And then she just they wanted to put her in the game, so they made her magic, but at least they made her look cool. I guess. All right, so. Vander Season 1 Episode 1. I don't know why we've got Vander Season 1 Episode 1 and Season 1 Episode 3. They are quite literally the same person. Maybe it's shimmer infused Vander, which I guess that would make quite a big difference actually. But if we're looking at Vander Season 1 Episode 1, he's a chill guy. He seems more than willing to stand up if necessary, or at least make threats. But he's a reasonably chill guy. Strong dude, but a normal dude, yeah. Vander went against the Enforcer and Silco's thugs. He knocked 2 of them in a single hit and tossed him over, so that's pretty strong. And sorry, I'm not. I'm just putting this here in just a person, just while I'm figuring out where he goes. So I haven't ranked him just yet, just as a heads up. Unless you're comparing his strength against Deckard. So I'll keep that in mind. Not an anime girl, since some of it is theory crafting, because this is like not original Viktor lore, it's hard to really I agree, this is all theory crafting. The whole tier list here is just my mind and my theories. It's hard to really judge, but we have seen Viktor manipulate the arcane, and that wasn't even his main body. Yeah, but it also kind of seems like, if we're going with pre-evolved Viktor, it does seem like potentially anyone can do that, right? If you feed your blood to the Hex Core, and then carve runes into yourself, and then take Shimmer, you'll probably have a similar result, right? So that's not necessarily like on him. It just seems like a response or a reaction to that. And yeah, look, he's got his little metal leg, and that's really cute. But yeah, no, look, it is a good point to point that out. Not an anime girl, is that this is all theory crafting. We are purely looking at the show as well. Like, I might say things that are in League of Legends lore, but we are looking at it primarily as the show too. I'd say he's standard, sure. That's my only thing with it. Cool, chill, I gotcha. Oh, okay. I thought you disregarded his strength. Yeah, no, like, yeah. I'm sure you would have gone crazy if I just set him there while I was thinking about where he goes, right? That would have been like WTF. But yeah, look, we'll slip him here until we have that conversation anyway, so it's a bit easier on the eyes. No, yeah, true. Yep, can't spell. Damn it, Megan. You need to educate yourself if you're going to come into this highbrow stream of mine. Thank you. I forgot I made that my name. Yeah, well, look, I mean, that's your name. Sorry, but it is good to know that you're not an anime girl. That's good to know. It's important these days to make that very clear. Was there a moment there where I read out the name "Not an Anime Girl" and then started reading your comment and you're like, wait a minute, that's what I wrote. What do you mean? Who are you talking? Oh, that's me you're talking to. What? Oh, anyway. So yeah, look, so as Megan absolutely pointed out, Vander is... Yeah, I was so shocked. Yeah. Shut up, Void Corpse. I'm in the darkness. Can't see my keyboard, lol. Well, jeepers, maybe open your bloody eyes, Megan. It is very impressive that you've been typing with your eyes closed this whole time. Very impressive, but jeepers, open them up, girl. Use your eyes. You don't have to be in the darkness forever, all right? Void Corpse. That's a good nickname. Yeah, I was shocked. Yep, that's you. Maybe think about changing that at some point. Or hey, look, if that speaks to your soul, keep it. It's fine. It's chill. So, Vander season 1, episode 1 at least. Yeah, look, he's a tank. Like he survived the bridge assault. We don't necessarily see where he was in the fight, right? Like, seemingly he would be a frontline guy, but, you know, maybe because he was kind of a figurehead of this revolution or rebellion of sorts, you know, maybe he was more backline. And when we see him fighting that enforcer, he's like cleaning up because, you know, he's trying to leave and he sees this enforcer and takes his anger out on him or whatever, you know. But as, again, Megan pointed out, he's no joke. He, like, one-shots people. He takes... He stands up against Deckard, who is a shimmer-infused monster, right? Who we see multiple times just zip around and one-shot people like it's absolutely nothing. Vander, when it comes down to it, when he's trying to protect his kids... he can square up against a creature like that, and that is crazy for just a bro, right? Absolutely crazy. Trouble is with him, he is again, he's like a big tank, but his weapons are just the gauntlets, right? Just the metal mining gauntlets that he used from his job. So whilst he absolutely will sit in standard, it's going to be unfortunate because he might not stay there for very long. Yeah, I mean, Jace is going to blast him with his cannon, his hammer once, and it's going to be GG. But we'll get there. But Vander, absolutely, I think is standard. He's slightly above the just a person level. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. He is just a person, and then I'm going to put that one up there. I rescind my words, my apologies. Vander, unfortunately, Megan, you're going to go crazy. I'm sorry. You're going to go crazy, but I was just looking at the other people in that tier, and that's not going to work out. Because sorry, but Vander isn't standing up against Vi, Caitlyn, probably even Echo. Honest to God, Echo will zip around on his hoverboard and smack him in the back of the head with a metal bar, and he's GG. Jace is going to... it hurts my feelings because Vander's like my favorite guy. I'm sorry. But he is just a person. I have to put that down. But then we'll say Vander Season 1, Episode 3. He is infused with Shimmer. He, basically one-shots Deckard by slamming his head into a metal wall. GG's him very quickly. I'm preparing for Megan to go absolutely bonkers at me in the chat for doing that, but look, it is what it is. Life will go on. There we go. I knew it was coming. He taught Vi to punch. He would easily beat her, but obs he wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, look, there is a difference between I taught you how to punch and you have Hex Tekken-powered gauntlets on that can create an energy shield, right? The Vander fans are fighting again. I'm sorry, Pinsam. Brother, you had to put up with it last stream. And now you have to put up with it again. I'm sorry. Look, and I want to put it out there. He's my favourite guy. He's my favourite man. But he is just a guy. And that, by the way, is why he is so good. That's why I love him, because he is just a man, and he squares up against a friggin' shimmer monster to protect his kids. This is not a disservice to Vander. This is propping him up, making him even better. Guys, think about it. Use your brain, yes? Use the function of your brain that's reserved for critical thinking and realize that this is the best compliment I could ever give him, because he squares up against Deckard, who is going to be above him in the ranking because Deckard is down here. So, guys, it's actually a compliment if you think about it. Dude, when I heard a show was announced, I was praying for Shurima. Oh, I would love to. Oh, you know what would be really interesting? Really, really interesting, in my opinion, is if you do a. You could, if you were smart enough, and I'm not smart enough. This is just the core draft concept. But you guys, Westworld season 1. How you have the spoilers for Westworld Season 1. If you're going to watch it, don't mute me for literally 5 seconds, because I'm about to spoil one of the greatest friggin' twists in television for a long time, because my god, the twist in Westworld Season 1 is awesome. So spoiler, spoiler, spoiler. But let's say you have a show set in Shurima, you then can... have multiple timelines going on, right? You can have Shurima at its peak right before the fall, right? And then you can also have your characters like Israel and stuff like that, who are like exploring. Like you can kind of do it, because you'll also have characters that are alive. Oh, I just knocked the microphone. Sorry. You've got characters that are alive throughout the entire timeline as well. You can have a lot of fun with something like that. You can have Nasus going orf orf. Orf, orf, orf. Orf, orf, feed me. Orf, orf, make me strong. Orf, orf. Because that's all he does. He just feeds and becomes a big boy. But no, I think Shurima would be good. But it does look like, as you may have seen, that they will be going there, or at least they're exploring Ionia, Demacia, and of course Noxus. So we'll see where that goes. Take away the gauntlets and Vi would be cream. Megan, I completely agree. But the trouble is with this, she has the gauntlets. I'm sorry. So that's the problem. Yeah, Vander is top tier daddy. I completely agree. He's the man. Yeah, true. I'm hoping for a sort of like Avengers thing. Oh, yeah, I'm with you. So I'm hoping for a sort of Avengers thing with a bunch of different shows and characters building up to one central show around either like Maud or the Void or something. I'm 100% with you on that. In previous streams, I've talked about that exact thing. I have posted that onto Reddit for people that are freaking out, being like, oh, I want more Arcane, I want more Jinx and Vi, and I want to see Vi fucking eating Caitlyn's minge, you know? Like, there's been people that are freaking out about that, and I'm like, guys, let's look at it at the Marvel level, right? If we want to kind of look at it that way, you have all of these shows, maybe 10 years worth of television shows, all over Runeterra, setting up this massive roster of characters that you can then bring in for like a Mordekaiser or the Void, the Watchers, you know. There's many little, or I would also love to see, by the way, just as a quick aside, I know there's been recent attention to the story to flesh it out, but I would love to see it in action. The Blessed Isles becoming the Shimmer, not the Shimmer, the Shadow Isles. Is it the Shadow Isles? Like, I would love to see that, like a Fortiche animated story like that would be awesome. Absolutely awesome. You got like a nice little romance, love story going on with all of this bloody horrible shit. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love to see that. No more Avengers, but I see what you mean. Yeah, no, Megan, so like I don't want to see Iron Man floating around fighting Viktor, right? But it's just the idea of you setting up all these stories, all these characters to then come together in one big, maybe 3-movie arc to fight off against something that's like world-destroying, right? Love to see Mordekaiser. Yeah, because the thing is as well, is like Mordekaiser, especially if you played the game from off the rip, like Mordekaiser to me always seemed, again, this is like when I was just playing the game and didn't really take interest in the lore, he seemed like a bit of a cringe lord in the game. But then it's like, oh, he's actually like horrible and like the worst thing that could possibly happen for some reason. Because you just play the game and he's got kind of cringe lines and it's like, oh, who is this guy? And then you figure out his lore and you're like, oh, Thanos, okay. Did you hear about Unbound Maud, though? I'm worried it would make it so that they couldn't make a show about it. They said they were doing another Unbound skin later in Alat. Sorry, what does Alat mean? I'm not too sure what that means. I have not heard about Unbound Maud. No, I don't know what that means. Please explain. Please explain and we'll chit-chat about it. And all that. How the fuck do you go from Alat to and all that? Mate, are you like Megan? Are you typing with your eyes closed? Yeah, it was like in a dev update. Well, what we see from Arcane, we can see that the writers are more than happy to absolutely 180 and change the lore and backstories of like every character, right? So I don't think anything that's set in stone in the Riot League of Legends lore or character-wise is going to mean bump. Like, to me, that if they were to like include Mordekaiser, they would explore his lore and his story and kind of pick and choose things that work for them and work for a show, something like that. It wouldn't be a 1-for-1 because like what character is 1-for-1 in the show? Maybe Singed, maybe like because we're just kind of getting the start of him, maybe. But like, God, what character is like in the game really? Not a great deal, in my opinion. Grandpa learns new slang. Bro, I mean, I am 3,000 years old. Please forgive me. The last slang word I learnt was hoop-de-hoop, which was about 2,700 years ago. I just used disc. Oh, that is actually I had no idea. I thought that was a typo. That is actually how people type that. Are you serious? Alat. And all that. Really? Guy, you kids have too much time on your hands to figure out these blasted acronyms. Jeepers creepers. Well, yeah, I agree. They're open to changing lore, but let's not kid ourselves. We aren't going to get any new Vago Sienna lore anytime soon because they didn't. Yeah, look, it's, as I'd mentioned before, I kind of went into that, right, is that it has been recently touched on in regards to, like, was it a visual novel or something like that? So, yeah, like, as much as I would love to see that story in live action, it's probably on the back burner because they have recently touched that up. I'm not tinkering with my eyes closed. Yeah, I believe you, Megan. I believe you. Truthfully, I do. So, we have Vander, Season 1, Episode 1 Vander, just a person, but Season 1, Episode 3 Vander, we're going to chuck him into Standard, right? Because, I mean, Shimmer Vander, sorry, I called him Shimmer Victor, that would have been cringe. Shimmer Vander, very powerful, of course, stronger than Deckard, it seems, but, yeah, we have characters in there that can kind of stand toe-to-toe against someone like that, which we have seen in the show proper. Anyway, Vi, for example, can take out chem tanks like nothing, so it is what it is. And then we've got Vander, Season 2, Episode 9, which is the wrong picture, because that's Warwick, not Galio Warwick. the Cringe Lord, because Galio Warwick, the Cringe Lord, is very powerful indeed. Very, very powerful. He's bulletproof. He has super speed. He has super healing. He's injected with Apex Shimmer. Honestly, I'm having such a hard time watching anything that isn't just peak fiction after watching the Spider-Verse movies, then Arcane. Yeah, I get one thing with the Spider-Verse stuff is I'm just kind of waiting for the next part to come out. I get very annoyed when it is a part 1, part 2 situation, because you want to see the story. But look, I completely get you when it comes to the visuals. Holy crap! How could I trying to go from something as you say, the Spider-Verse or Arcane, and then going to some just the next generic Western-made 3D animated series or 2D animated series. It's just oh god. Oh, it is noticeable. It is really, really noticeable. And that is why, as many issues I have with Season 2's writing, I will stand for the visuals all day because the animation is frigging insanely good, crazy good. And yeah, Into the Spider-Verse, very much, or the Spider-Verse movies, very much the same. I feel even if anyone has any issues with any characters or writing or anything like that, it is probably pretty stupid to say that the visuals are also bad. Nah bro, you're tripping, right? You are actually tripping if you think that. Yeah, honestly, the wait for Avengers Endgame had me wanting to march down to Marvel HQ because the build-up was perfect. They spent 10 years building towards it and getting you hyped for it, and that is something that it would be difficult unless Fortiche tripled in size and had 3 separate teams working on 3 different shows at the same time to get some kind of so you don't have these massive 4-year waits between shows or seasons. Unless they did something like that, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of match the Marvel thing, because what was it? It was at least a movie a year for 10 years, sometimes multiple movies a year. Whereas with this, it's the crew, right? And they take years to do it, and it shows, obviously, in the visuals it shows. But it's going to be very difficult to build to something like that when you have these massive gaps in between the shows. So there would need to be some kind of rework in regards to the planning phases and stuff like that to kind of go down that path. I don't know if we'll get the next Spider-Verse with the things going on with the actors. Oh, I actually, because I'll be completely honest with y'all, I've seen the first Spider-Verse movie once, and I've seen the second one once. So I've got no idea what's going on. Is there some drama or something like that with the actors? And actors plural, so it's more than one voice actor? Really? Yeah, troublesome. And now Marvel is shite. Yes. Yeah, Marvel fell off drastically. Yes. Very much like Star Wars, they kind of put their hyper-focus into these poorly written television shows instead of hiring talented creative people who respect the source material and the characters and wanted to tell a story with those. They just got these dog shit individuals that can't write dialogue, can't tell a story, and paid them millions and millions of dollars and spent hundreds of millions of dollars each television show to just absolutely flop and fall over, because absolutely every single one of them is pretty crap. Andor's okay. I'm literally just going through all the Star Wars and Marvel TV shows in my brain. I'm trying to think of anything that I can be positive about. Ragnarok's funny. Andor's okay. Man, yeah, that's rough. That's very rough, unfortunately. And look, if you like any of those shows, no dramas, they're just not for me. That's not my thing. And I'm very outspoken when it comes to those things, of course. Drama. Oh, drama, really? Ugh. Look, and that's unfortunate because, it really used to be, if you were part of a multi-million-dollar project, you would be hopefully a professional and you would do everything in your power not to downplay or corrupt or rot that project through your own actions or words or anything like that. It's called being a fucking professional. But again, I don't know what the drama is, right? So it could be anything. I will say though, Deadpool Wolverine has amazing character chemistry, though it's not really Marvel. Same with the Spider-Man movie. I've got many issues with Deadpool and Wolverine actually. So much so I might even make a video, like a breakdown video on it one day, kind of trolling it a little bit. But I mean, I get you. I get you. The chemistry between Deadpool and Wolverine, though, is fantastic. Ryan Reynolds and that Australian huge jacked fellow, brilliant chemistry. Like, you can tell that they just really enjoyed making the movie. They seemed to really work together very well. It's just a little bit cringe, all of the stuff that's coming out with old Blake and him and that guy with all this suey stuff. Like, it's all a bit sus. And I was kind of hoping that Ryan Reynolds would be like a chill guy, a chill Hollywood guy, but maybe he's not, unfortunately. Yeah, huge jacked fellow, I think is actually his name, not an anime girl. Huge jacked fellow, I believe, last time I checked. So Vander, Season 2, Episode 9. Big time. It felt like a silly movie, so I was able to enjoy... I mean, to be fair, it wasn't a serious film, right? So you can kind of turn your brain off a bit for it. So I was able to enjoy it. I didn't really see any of the IRL drama about it, though. I don't think the drama was about the movie, right? It's about Blake and this guy's film, which is a completely different movie that he did not... Oh, no, you are right, because part of it is the nice pool character was apparently, like, meant to be inspired by this guy. But again, like, I'm talking out my ass about this. I've read, like, 3 headlines about this. I don't care. I could not care less about celebrities and their drama and all that friggin' nonsense, right? So as you're scrolling through the news, you see the headlines, but that's really it. I could not care less about that stuff. So Vander, super powerful. Like, I'm kind of midline between powerful and godlike, because look, the reality is he is bulletproof. He has like apex shimmer, so he is like got super healing, super speed, super strength. We see that Jinx and him fall and then blow up, but we also don't see any aftermath from that, which again that gives credence to people that with the Pink Street theory and all of that sort of stuff, which isn't a theory because it's basically been confirmed by the creators, but whatever. That doesn't annoy me at all when the creators come out and confirm things that could have been fun theories to talk about for years and years and years, except they just confirm it after 2 seconds of the show being done. That's pretty cringe, man. But the reality is we don't see any aftermath from that, and that is a big old tower that goes deep into the ground, right? So did Vander actually die in that explosion, or Warwick, actually die in that explosion? He probably shouldn't have, because Isha blew up 3 Hextech crystals right underneath him, and he survived that. Pretty much no drama. Yes, he had to be kind of hooked up a bit, but his apex shimmer level healing was healing him. So, yeah, like, I don't actually think what we saw at the end of the show would do anything to him, right? The only thing that puts him out completely is that he is a drone to Viktor. So if Viktor is dealt to, he is also screwed. Like, he just becomes nothing. Wack, I'll look it up later probably. Do you have any peak shows to recommend? I got pretty much nothing left. I'd prefer something more cinematic. But if it's silly and dumb, I think maybe, I like that too. I have been absolutely swamped with Arcane Season 1 and Season 2 the last, 2 months. Just because of, the stuff of the videos I've been putting together. I like to... If you're on Reddit, you might see me posting hidden details and stuff on there. I love doing that stuff. So as of recently, I haven't really watched much of anything. If I can give you some recommendations just off the top of my brain, I mentioned before Westworld Season 1. If you haven't seen that, Absolutely watch that. I know it's a little bit older now, quote unquote older. It's not old, but it's quote unquote older. And then just forget about the rest of the seasons. It's perfectly fine. I can't recommend this because I've only literally watched the first 2 episodes, but I'm watching The 3-Body Problem at the moment. It took me this long to watch it because D&D, Dave and Dan, are literally like the 2 worst showrunners in human history, so I was very hesitant to watch anything that they touch ever. With what they did to Game of Thrones, oh my frigging god. But I just kind of had a bit of time and it was there, and I thought, oh, I'll watch the first episode. And the first episode was pretty good. So I was like, oh shit, okay, I'll watch the second episode, and that kind of kept me going. So look, it might turn to crap later on like Game of Thrones did, but first 2 episodes at least are pretty good. Gee whiz. Now, this is going to be a bit old. Now, if you want something that's absolutely tragic, that is going to destroy your soul and probably change you for the rest of your life, if you haven't seen Berserk, you should watch that. You should watch the remade, HDified animated season, and then the Golden Age arc. And then you can just, if you really want to, read the manga, if you really want to, because the anime after that is dog shit. That is the tragedy of season 1, episode 3 of Arcane. I was very prepped for that after being a Berserk fan for quite some time. Although your name is not an anime girl, so you probably already know all that. Blue-Eyed Samurai is good, also on Netflix. I have seen that pop up. I haven't watched it. I don't really watch a huge amount of anime. I've watched some, or I've watched enough of the good stuff. I started reading Berserk recently, haven't gotten to the anime level betrayal thing. Oh, yeah, dude, if you don't know anything about Berserk, it is best to go in completely blind and just allow the story to unfold, because, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I can kind of see where this is going, and then it goes in a completely different direction, and, oh, dude, there's some crazy... I love how he treats it. Again, if all you expect or know, and this is especially helpful if you skip episode 0 or episode 1, or the first volume of the manga, if you go into it with the expectations that it is this medieval War of the Roses anime, then you're going to get your absolute socks knocked off, because it goes crazy. It's so good. I'm just trying to think of other shit, because again, I haven't really watched a huge amount of stuff, just because I've been so bloody obsessed with getting as much knowledge about Arcane and the characters and all of that as I can. TV show wise, nothing's really jumping out to me, unfortunately, which isn't a good sign. It's not a good sign that I'm like, yeah, I watched this recently and it was friggin' amazing, I absolutely recommend it. Not really good. Yeah, I know what you mean about not seeing it coming, changing things. I couldn't finish Jujutsu Kaisen because I had everything... gutted. I've actually only watched, maybe 5 episodes of that, and I know nothing about what happens. So that might be... If it's good, that might be worth watching at some point. Because, I've actually had 0 spoilers to that. I started watching it with someone... and then we just haven't seen each other since, so we never picked back up watching that, so that's kind of in the back pocket, I guess. God, it's almost sounding like you guys need to start recommending me things to watch. Goodness me. How cringe. I don't even watch too much anime, mostly the big stuff and I'm the same. I've seen Death Note, Attack on Titan, Full Metal Alchemist, all the big stuff. Of course I've watched that. But yeah, there's obviously a kajillion animes out there which I've never seen. So Demon Slayer and Sword Art Online and everything. Yeah, Demon Slayer I've watched. I've never watched one episode of Sword Art Online. I don't know why. I just simply cannot get into animes and shows that are based on video games. I don't know what it is with me. It's just it doesn't do it for me. Sword Art Online is not good. Okay, so I definitely dodged a bullet with that one then. It's not good. Do not watch it. Thankfully, I was onto it enough to skip that one, right? It's so creepy. Oh, really? Oh, dear. That's no bueno. So with Vander, as said, he's got his super speed, his super strength, super healing. Like, it's kind of impossible to say whether or not he actually dies at the end of the season because of all of those things, right? Like, if it's fair to surmise that, well, Jinx escaped with the pink flash, well, we see literally 5 minutes earlier that Vander is as quick, if not quicker, than Jinx, right? And he's got super healing, and he's got super strength, and he's bulletproof. My God, the really only downside of him, Galio Vander, is that, yeah, he's just associated, he's tied to Viktor. So if Viktor gets done, he gets done, but for the sake of this, that's going to be completely detached. He will just be as he is. Let's say Viktor is off in another plane of existence doing his controlly-woly shit, while Vander 1v1s all of these people, yeah? Demon Slayer is really cool, though. Not far from Arcane level animation. I have seen, I've seen it. The animation is crazy. Like, some of those episodes are absolutely gorgeous. And different style, obviously. Yeah, it's all 2D animation, whereas Arcane is 3D mixed with 2D. I had so much fun watching it on my 60-inch. I don't need to know the size of your penis. Come on. Alrighty. Especially from someone called Not an Anime Girl. That's pretty cringe. Next up, we have Benzo, Season 1, Episode 1. Now, he's not weak. He's like... He's the same, not the same level as Vander, of course, but he was like Vander's right-hand guy during the revolution. He survived that, so he's got to have a little bit of skills going on. Sorry about that, ladies. Don't think about it too much, all right? Move right along from the 60-inch penis, all right? Move along. I just knocked the mic again. Apologies about that. Oh, you're dying now, are you? Yeah, all right. Typical. You're dying like Benzo in Season 1, Episode 3. So Benzo, he runs the store. It would have been interesting if some of the artifacts that he's got in his store would actually be helpful to him in combat. But as we know, there's the Heart of Gold thing, which will help him make money. That's not going to help with his fight, though, obviously. He is just a guy. He's a big guy. He can swing some punches, I'm sure. But it's one of those things where Deckard literally, one-shots him very easily. Yes, he's a shimmer-infused monster, but he's unable to do Vander. I would love another one. Thank you. He is able to stand up against Deckard, where Benzo literally gets one shot blatted by him, right? So they're not exactly equal, but Benzo certainly isn't weak, right? He's not weak and pathetic like Viktor. Poor boy. Got to go now, but good stream. I subbed. I'll pop into other streams if I see them. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for coming in, and all of them chitty chatties. Appreciate it, Not an Anime Girl. Maybe next time I see you, you'll have an updated name to truly reflect your heart and soul. All right? But thank you for subscribing as well. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So yeah, look, Benzo, he's just a guy. He's no weakling, of course. I don't think he's a weakling at all. I think he can stand his own when the fight is fair. Mylo, pussy, sorry. Look, I mean, what am I going to do? Like Mylo could barely 1v1 the guy when Clagger was doing a 2/3v1 on those guys, right? I don't think they even come close. Mylo is a little shriveled up little boy who can barely do the one thing that he's supposed to be doing, which is unpick locks. A little bit cringe. So he's weak. Look, I mean, he's a kid. What do we expect? Let's be frank. Let's be frank and beans here. What can we possibly expect? Yeah. Clagger. Clagger, I would actually put up here simply because I've got Vi Season 1, Episode 1 there as well. Clegg is a big boy. We see him like 2v1 and then sometimes 3v1 those broskies at the start of the show. He clearly can hold his own. Clearly he can hold his own. And my God, he's just such a nice, charitable guy, right? Like, I love the line when he's talking to Echo, and like, we see the fight. He's literally like tanking the entire fight. Yes, Vi's doing damage, but he is literally like 2v1, 3v1ing, no dramas at all. And then Echo's like, oh, like, I bet Vi kicked all their asses. And then he's like, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do it without her, kind of thing. That's like, bro, they wouldn't have been able to do it without you, my boy. Like, what a nice guy. Yeah, he's a kid, yes, but, you know, he can kind of stand his own if I have to put him up with Vi, which is going to be very interesting when he fights Caitlyn, who's going to shoot him in the back of the head with a rifle. Tee-hee. Isha. Sorry, guys. I know what you're thinking. But Media Ghoul. Isha literally, like, one-shot Warwick, basically. Yeah. Accidentally. Like, I didn't put Jinx in, Baby Powder in Standard because she accidentally blew up Vander and half of her family, right? I think it would be interesting seeing a review video on Blue-Eyed Samurai, because one of the episodes are very good and has a storytelling aspect that works really well for the main character. Okay. How many episodes is in the season? Is it like an anime and there's like 24 episodes I have to go through, or is it like a Netflix anime where there's like 8 or 6? Though the show flashes you sometimes. Flashes as in nudity, or flashes as in like, I'm going to have an epileptic seizure because the lights are flashing so much. Pit fight with Isha versus Warwick. Wow, we've already seen how that would go, Megan. Isha would clearly win every time, guys. 8 episodes. Oh, nice and manageable then. Okay, cool. I can chuck that on the list. I think, to watch. When I get around to watching other things, of course. It's good to kind of only have Arcane on the brain when you're making content about it, so you kind of don't get distracted or lose anything from other things. It has Arcane animation. So is it like 3D blended with 2D? Is that what you're meaning, or something as in just the art style is similar kind of thing? Where were we? So look, Isha, I mean, look, it is what it is. Look, we even get to see Isha, what would happen when she tries to fight an adult with Rictus, where he just grabs her and just tosses her away like yesterday's bloody breakfast. Yeah, but it's more 3D. Cool. I mean, it's hard to say that like X has an art style like Arcane. Like Fortiche absolutely smashed it out of the park when it came to the show, right? Like, absolutely smashed it out of the park. So, yeah, I get what you mean, though. How it's like, you kind of get that vibe, you get that style and look, but yeah, like, the blend of 2D and 3D that Fortiche pulls off is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So, Isha, look, she's just weak. I'm sorry. She's a little baby. What are we going to do? She's a little baby. You know, she's very confident, of course, more confident than is almost real. Like, there were elements where I was like, Jeepers, is she like a figment of Jinx's imagination? Because, like, God, she's doing things that a child would probably never want to or be able to pull off. Let me get that up there like that. And yes, no, she is real, very confident, a little bit of a fighter, a little bit of a scrapper, sure, but you know, that is what it is. Rip Isha, absolutely. Trouble is, the show kind of forgot that they introduced Isha as a character, and when they sacrificed her or killed her off, just kind of moved on very quickly from that. Hey, folks, give me 2 quick ticks, literally a minute, 60 seconds. I will be back very quickly, just one moment. Alrighty. Sorry about that. But also just, Twilight Moon. Yeah, Isha showed no fear at all. It was like, what's wrong? Yeah, look, and like, something that kind of gets my go is they wanted to do a bit of like a Powder kind of symbolism with her. And the trouble is Powder was already incredibly traumatized off the rip. Again, the first thing we see is her finding the bodies of her parents, and we see when Vi goes off in episode 3 and says she can't come, she has like this mental breakdown. Yes, she's a kid having a little bit of a tantrum, but it is a lot more than that, and then Isha comes in and she's being chased by the Cross crew, who are trying to kidnap her and put her in forced labour in a mine shaft or in a chem manufacturing company, right? And you're thinking, jeepers, this kid, she can't even speak. She must be so traumatized. But then no. The bravest little girl literally in all of Runeterra, this one is, for some reason. Maybe that's part of the trauma? I don't know. It just didn't really ring very right for me personally. I thought it was a little bit much for such a little kid, right? To be like basically being at the forefront of Zornite unification, right? This child, like, what? Okay. But what I will actually quickly say, have a think, because just talking about this Blue-Eyed Samurai show, Pinsim, anyone that's watching, of course, if there are shows that you think, or at least you would like to see me talk about or make a breakdown video or some videos about, let me know. Chuck it in the chat now, or think about it and chuck it in the comments in one of my videos. Because look, I mean, I'm more than happy to talk about Arcane for a long time. I'll be shifting into other IPs to talk about, but of course, I would love to chat about things that you guys are also into as well. So Blue-Eyed Samurai can be one. But yeah, come up with a couple things that you guys think would be interesting for me to chat about or make a video about, and I'll certainly take that on board. Because look, at the end of the day, I make videos and stuff not only for myself, but for you guys as well. So, bear that in mind. Okay, so Isha, baby girl Isha, has the mental state of a lion, but has the body of a little Chapichi monkey, alright? So what the hell is she going to do? Not a lot. She can beat Viktor. She can scrap with Viktor, probably. So here's the thing. What type of shows and movies do you like? The only genre that I'm not hot on is westerns. And it's one of those things, I don't know why. It's just this personal taste thing. I'm not super hot on westerns. But in reality, it doesn't really matter. If it is a half-decent show or movie, I'll at least find interesting things to talk about. And that's one of the things as well. It might be the fact that you love it, and then I watch it, and I despise it, right? That would make an interesting conversation, wouldn't it? So it's not necessarily about what I like. Yes, I might be more passionate when I talk about it if I like it, but it'll probably be a lot funnier and a lot more entertaining if I don't like it. Right? So I think you should just, anything that you think would be interesting, let's kind of have a look at what you got going on. As I said, one thing I do want to talk about at some point is Wolverine and Deadpool. Couple other shows. I need to finish talking about Rings of Power. My God, I kind of left that's been left in the lurch for a few months now, but sure, I'll get back to that at some point before season 3's out. I am probably certain. Alrighty, so next we have Heimerdinger. Interestingly, the only Heimerdinger we have is season 2, episode 7 Heimerdinger, probably because it's well, I was about to say probably because it's the same guy, but it's really not. Heimerdinger absolutely 180s and changes character in between seasons, so I'm not going to comment on that. But in regards to Heimerdinger, so here's the trouble. Look, this isn't where he's going to be. I'm just going to put him there while I talk about it. Here's the trouble with old Heimerdinger, right? Because if you think about the game Heimerdinger, yeah, I mean, he can stand his own quite easily. Just chuck a couple turrets down, bing, bang, boom, easy peasy deasy. Trouble is, the only turret we see him make in the show is a bubble turret. Oh my god. It's not going to be very helpful in a fight, is it, young Heimerdinger? It's going to actually be a bit of a reverse on that. You're going to be shooting bubbles at people like a cringe lord. That's not the best situation. Thank you, sir. All right. Obviously hyper intelligent, but as we've said with other characters in regards to this tier list, their intelligence means bupkis in regards to this, unless it is battle knowledge, because that's really the only thing that's going to help you. He is a yordle. So, isn't he immortal because he is whatever species yordle? Yeah, so yordles are immortal, quote unquote, or at the very least, if they die, quote unquote, they get sent to the spirit realm, which is where Bandle City, their hometown, is, where a lot of them just generally reside. So, yes, but the thing is if you get him to a state where he zippy-zappies to Bandle City, that's a win. That's a W, right? So even like let's say like Viktor is quote-unquote potentially immortal, but he gets taken out by being zip-zapped into Jace, kinky, if you know what I'm friggin' talking about. Yordle. Yeah, yep. So he's a Yordle. And the funniest thing with that as well, I think it's so, to me it's hilarious, because again, I did like the episode 1 breakdown soon after the show came out for season 2. So I was kind of making these videos talking about things as it was happening throughout the arcs. And yeah, I found it really hilarious that everyone was like, yep, Smeech is dead. Haha, look at how Savfk beat Smeech. And then when Heimerdinger sacrifices himself, everybody's like, no. Yordles are immortal. He's just in Bandle City. So well, why didn't you have that attitude with Smeech? They're the same species. Is it maybe because the noble sacrifice of Heimerdinger is absolutely retarded and you're just trying to figure out a reason to make it make sense? Probably. Right? Because let's face it. If that is the case for Arcane, then Smeech, the shimmer-addicted, basically robot, is also up there in Bandle City, rocking around, puffing galaxy gas, you know? Like, it's very interesting to me, very obvious, the difference between the two, and how people wanted to defend one and then not the other. It's like, guys, it exists for both, right? Smeech, if Heimerdinger is immortal, so is Smeech. But no one really wants to talk about that because Smeech is the quote-unquote bad guy. You know, obviously the show deals in the grey a lot more than the black and white, but I just found it very almost ironic that people were so desperate to make sense of Heimerdinger's sacrifice, but couldn't care less about Smeech when they're the exact same species. So yeah, so as mentioned, look, if you get Heimerdinger into the state in which he would teleport back to the spirit realm, that is a W for the people involved. And let's be completely frank here, man. The Heimerdinger we get in the show would not stand up against most of these characters. We don't see him build any turrets. We don't see him build Bupkis, to be frank. Yes, he builds the interdimensional teleporting machine. Sure. Is that going to help him in a fist fight with Vi? Probably not. Probably not going to help him because he needs to make it, right? If only. All they had to do with him was have his portable turrets ready to rock and roll. I'm not even going to give Heimerdinger his Poro as well, because guess what? Much like Isha, the writers forgot that Heimerdinger has a pet Poro. Where did he go, man? Like, between seasons, it's just disappeared. Poor little doggy. Oh, bloody miserable, mate. Such a cute little Poro, too. You can just punt Heimerdinger with a kick, literally. Literally, bro, because he doesn't have his rockets, he doesn't have his turrets, he doesn't have anything. He's just the little clown boy, little furry clown man used for bloody humour, you know, at the point that we get him to. So it's like, what's the point, you know? kick him in the face, he's done. So you look, like, literally have to put him with just a person, because Benzo could smack the shit out of Heimerdinger, let's be completely frank. Heimer's pet was snatched up and fed to Warwick. What a terrible thought. Oh my, what a horrible thing to think, but probably was. Poor little fella, poor little one-eyed Porro. Alrighty. Jaime, sorry bud, but yeah, literally, like, bro, I'm almost tempted to put him in weak, but he's just so hyper-intelligent. Like, Viktor is intelligent, of course, but Heimerdinger is another level. We'll see. We'll see how that goes for him. During the evacuation in the last episode, Porro was being carried by some lady who I assume was going to be in her care. Megan, maybe keep your eyes closed. Maybe go back to closing your eyes to type, because I don't know why you're trying to argue with me on this. Clearly they forgot about the Porro, alright? Sure, but like, what's that? I mean, some stranger kidnaps Heimerdinger's Porro. Oh dear. Megan, that just makes it so much better. Alrighty. Silco, Silco's probably just going to have to be in just a person as well, maybe even weak, but he's not a child, and he's not like physically disabled like Viktor is. So Silco would just be a person. Look, if this was also an element of he gets his entire gang and all of the shimmer and the chem. Obviously, this would be entirely different, but this is just Silco. He could come up with a brilliant plan to, kind of try and win, but shit, Jace would just shoot him with his hammer and it's GG's. Silco doesn't have any speed or anything like that. He's got a knife. That's Silco's weapon. No, it was where Gert decided to rally up the Jinxes and fight Noxus. I literally saw the little bugger. Well, I guess that's fair because, for me, Gert is such a pivotal character in the entire show that I was so distracted by her mere presence on screen that I couldn't even pick up the fact that Heimerdinger's Porro had been kidnapped. Wow, Megan, you're picking up on more things than me. Maybe you should start streaming your opinions about Arcane too. No, like literally, I did not see that when that come up, so that's interesting to know, at least. And that's the funny thing, right? Because this happens, I feel, so many times in Season 2, where the writers have completely forgotten about something, and then, like, some animator is like, oh, we better put Heimerdinger's Porro here. Because the animators care more about this bloody show than the writers do sometimes, I feel. But that is cool to know, actually. It's another thing to add to the list of the writers had more care for the consequences of forgetting things than the writers did. Doesn't really shock me at all, though, to be completely frank and beans with you. I don't remember that either. I was kidding, but maybe that is what happened to the Porro. Anything's possible. Literally, anything's possible, because we have missing scenes all throughout Season 2. So literally, anything could happen. It could just happen off screen, and then it's like, well, I guess that's what happened. It is what it is. So Silco, Season 1, Episode 9. Again, he is a guy, a very intelligent, very schemy, planny guy, absolutely. But he is just a guy with a knife. So what's he going to do, against Vi, Caitlyn, Echo, Jace, Vander, on Shimmer, Magic Mount, like, again, he's I love him. This is another thing, like, I love him, like I love Vander, but this isn't a ranking who I like the most stream. This is, who's going to win in a scrappity fighty poo, right? Not Silco, sorry, bud. Savfk, easy standard, like she is the muscle for Silco, right? So anything in regards to strength, physical presence that Silco might have, a lot of that is to do with Savfk. We also see that she loses to Vi, which is why Vi is more powerful than her. of course. But we see she's got multiple iterations of her mechanical arm. She uses shimmer to boost her speed and her strength. It's not super speed, it's not super strength, but I think it is more than the average individual. We see that one of her arms at least has the range ability from Season 1, where it just swipes this red energy that seems to just destroy anything in its path. And then in Season 2, she's got the Jinx arm, which has even more range capability. It has like a smoke machine that will stop people's visibility on her. But then she also loses that and then regains it by Season 2, Episode 9, which is like, where the hell did that come from? Like, you didn't have one chance to have a conversation with Jinx for her to fix that or anything like that. So it's kind of bizarre that suddenly she's got it back, but look, we'll treat that as just, look, it's one of those things that just happens off screen, and you just kind of have to forgive it, right? Because it is what it is. But Savfk, again, she's not going to stand up against a lot of characters on here, so we'll slip her in standard. Again, midline. She can go up against Caitlyn. We see that in the show proper, right? But, for example, it would be quite difficult, in my opinion, for her to take on Shimmer-infused Vander, right? We don't actually see her take on a Chem Tank once, so that would be a interesting matchup. And again, like, Vi can beat the Chem Tanks and Vi can beat Savfk, so that's kind of one way that we can gauge her overall strength. But also Savfk beats Smeech, so we'll get to him when we get there. Oh, gee willikers, that's my bad. So yeah, we've got Season 1, Episode 9 Savfk, and Season 2, Episode 9 Savfk. So, I mean, look, to me, the only difference between the two is one has shimmer and an arm, and the other one just has a different arm, which is designed by Jinx. Which is cool, but that arm is absolutely miserable. Look, I've had arguments with people about this. The arm that Jinx makes Savfk is the worst weapon I think I've ever seen in a show. Look, the reality is you're in a life and death situation. Do you really want your abilities to be dictated by random chance, like you're gambling? Absolutely not. Look, Savfk is a gambler, sure, but she's also a very intelligent fighter. She's not going to gamble like that in a life and death situation. And we also see that if you don't get the right combination of pictures in the little bloody roulette thing, then it does nothing, right? So you're going to be in a life and death situation fighting with someone, then you're going to pull the bloody one-arm bandit, and then it just does nothing, or it does something you're not expected to happen. Yes, there's an element of, well, the enemy won't be able to read your moves, but if you can't read your moves, you're not going to be very good in a fight, right? Right as Gert gets on the train thing, she looks out the window, sees the Enforcer guiding an elderly lady. Behind the lady is another holding Poro. Well, Megan, I'll need to double check that because there's multiple Poros in Arcane. Remember, there is a Poro from Zorn. There's a Zorn Poro. Don't forget that. And they look very similar. They're the same color, right? They're both whiteys. So we'll just have to check if it's the same fog-eyed, one-eyed Poro that Heimerdinger has. Because look, the reality is Poros are literally like lapdogs. And yes, if you're seeing a rich Piltover trying to escape Piltover, she probably has her little Poro lapdog with her. So we can't be certain it's the same one unless I double-checked the frame and saw that it was actually that. Which I literally can do right now. If you want me to. I won't do it, but I can if you want me to. This is critical. Okay, alright, Twilight. Alright, guys. Alright, let's do that then. 1 second. Let me get this ready for you. Okay. 1 moment. I think I can do it on the fly. Let me pull this up. I know the exact scene you're talking about, Megan. So let's bring it up. Because look, it might be the same one, or it might just be a Poro. So let's have a squiz, shall we? Oh, I don't want to delete that. That would lose a lot of work. Let me pop this up. Poro is with me, actually. Pinsum, you dirty thief. You're the one that stole the doggy. Bastard. All right, so that is this here, and then we want to do episode 9, is it? Yeah, episode 9, I believe, which is this one here. Where are you? There you are. So episode 9, right, Megan? When they're evacuating. Yeah, and Gert pushes. Yeah, I gotcha. All right, so, and what we'll do is we'll nip to here, and we will, actually, we'll change this here to add a source, do a window capture this here. Here we go. Lovely jubbly. Alright, so let us do this. You're putting your money where your mouth is, Megan. I'm about to make a fool of you. Alright. Where are we? Oh, it's much before this, right? Get rid of the audio. Don't need that. Did you feed him to Warwick? If it's not him, I will cry. And yeah, Pinsam is not admitting to the fact that he fed that Poro to Warwick. That's pretty tragic. Where are we? It's before all this, right? Because they're doing the planning here. Oh, that must be episode 8, right? Because this is all, yeah. All right, it's got to be episode 8. Apologies, folks. Apologies. That's all right. We can figure that out right here. There we go. Easy as pie. And then it's closer to the end of the episode, or like halfway. I need to make sure we don't pause on the sex scene that's in this friggin' episode, because that'll get me kicked off YouTube right quick. Where are we? Back here, right? It's so sad that guy dies. That's so sad. That's very sad. Yeah, this is like the pensive montage that happens. Everyone's like, oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, Megan, let's have a looky. Let's have a look here, shall we? Split that off. And pew, split that off. All right. Let us have a quick squiz. Could just be yeah. Look, I know. I'm just doing that for my sense, because again, it's something that I had missed, and you know, if there's things I miss, I need to make sure, because I am the Arcane guy. So we just want to make sure that it's there, because I did miss something. Praise the animator assigned to draw / keep track of Poro. Well, let's see. So she goes in, and then and this is like one thing that annoys me. Even this, it's like 3 or 4 times in Arcane they have done the exact same message of, wow, not all enforcers are horrible. Like, yeah, Vi had to learn that lesson like 3 times. Gert is learning it here. At least it's done like very exponentially, right? Like this is just like 5 seconds and she learns her bloody lesson, right? But it's still bloody cringe, man. I see a Poro. I see a Poro. Now, what kind of Poro does thouest have? Ooh, that's pretty low quality. This isn't 4K. This is 1080p, but I don't think I can say that that's Heimerdinger's one, yeah? It looks like both of those eyes are black, right? To me, at least. Like, look. Plus, it's a very young, fuzzy one, where, like, if we remember, Heimerdinger's Poro looks older and like almost like dignified, you know. He's got one foggy eye, same color, of course, but you know. As I said, Poros here are pretty much like lapdogs. So, look, as I kind of thought, I thought maybe, you know, this woman is just like a wealthy woman and she's bringing her lapdog with her. So, Makes sense. But no, not Heimerdinger's Porro. I'm sorry. Enhance. Enhance. Zoom. Enhance. But it was a Porro. Yeah, absolutely. 100% is a Porro. But again, they're just like dogs, right? So it is what it is. So, harking back, where is Heimerdinger's Porro, bro? It's gone. It's disappeared. It's gone from the ether. Very unfortunate. Great Eye. Absolutely Great Eye, Megan. It was, again, I've literally I must have just been out of my brain when I was going through that section because, look, never even picked up on that. So, congratulations. You found something I didn't. Wow. Even though it's only semi there, but still there nonetheless. Okie dokie. So, we were talking about both Savfks, right? So, yeah, look, Savfk's second weapon, the Jinx one, is pretty rough, right? Like, pretty rough. I honest to God think that the weapon that Jinx makes her is so much worse than what she has in Season 1, but it is still Savfk operating the weapon, so it's not going to, lower her ranking too much. I go into autism mode and look into full details. Megan, I mean, if you haven't picked up, same. Same. That's why I have, a lot of streams talking about Arcane. I'm completely the same. As I've mentioned in another stream, like one of my favorite things is finding hidden details and being the first person to put them online. I've had that a few times now because I'm an absolute G. You're welcome. Thank you very much. And it was actually kind of interesting because there's been 2 occasions now where I was putting together a thumbnail for something, or I was looking for an image for something, and I would search exactly what I wanted, and it turns out the image that comes up on Google Images is the one that I made and put on Reddit. So I'm like, oh shit, why didn't I just use that? It's pretty cool. But yeah, Megan, I'm totally with you. Something like this comes out and then the autistic hyper fixation kicks in and you are scanning literally every frame. Like for me, when I was making the impact frames video, that was watching, going frame by frame, practically every episode at half speed. So, yes, that took a while, but you also get to pick up on a lot of detail. You get to actually admire how much detail and effort the animators put in, because holy crap, there is so much stuff that is basically not even meant to be seen on a normal watch through, and yet they put in the detail. It's, crazy. And of course, because this is an animated show, everything is very intentional, right? Every placement of everything is super duper intentional, right? So, Deckard, weak little loser. Look, the reality is Deckard loses a fight to Vi. Yes, she's very strong. He loses a fight to bloody Clagger, Mylo, and Jinx, and he's literally like a street hood rat. He is such a little goober and a little loser that he turns to basically steroids to kind of even the odds, right? Except these are hyper fantasy steroids, which comes into Deckard 1-3. Now, where shall I place 1-3 Deckard? Because here's the thing, he is a shimmer-infused beastie boy, but look, we also see how easy it is to take out a lot of the chem tanks throughout the entire show. Right. So whilst it is a shocking and powerful creature in regards to Season 1, Episode 3, as I've mentioned, Season 1 is a lot more focused and a lot more grounded, so someone like Deckard would be incredibly powerful. But when it comes to Season 2, a character like Shimmer-infused Deckard is actually weaker than the average chem tank, which is okay. So he doesn't actually rank overly highly. Evander 1-1 stands up against him, right? So you could only imagine what a Vi or a Jace or even a Savfk could do against them. Like, we literally see Jace and Vi just handle a bunch of chem tanks like no one's business. So much so they almost have bloody fun with it, right? Vander stood his ground with Shimmer, Deckard, but then he got stabbed in the back. Yeah, like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, in the grounded, focused story, a Shimmer-infused Deckard is very scary. But, yeah, as time goes on, he becomes very much less scary, and yeah, as I said, he's weaker than the average chem tank, which are like the basic enemy at one point in the show. So, he can't really rank too highly, unfortunately. Shimmer was still new at the time, hadn't fully... Absolutely. But that's the thing. We're judging these characters throughout both seasons. So you have the proto-Shimmer Deckard, and then you compare that to like the chem tank behemoth in season 2, episode 1, right? Like, it is just incomparable. Absolutely incomparable. Mbisa, season 2, episode 9. Here's an interesting one, because Mbisa has no... Well, actually, let's talk about this, should we? Because Mbisa, if we are going off the show, is just a Noxian general, very, very skilled and battle-hardened warrior, is able to stand up against magical users simply because she has those anti-magic runes on her. Powerful, yeah, powerful. So look, I'm just sitting here for now. Don't worry. So in the show, quite a threat. Now, the music video for Mbisa, if we were taking that on board, my god, she would be like so much higher. Oh, you mean to tell me she was like trained by Pantheon, like what, thousands of or hundreds of years ago, and made a deal with Kindred, the god of death? Like, my god, like, she must be some absolute beast. And then it's also like, baby, you make a deal with the god of death, Kindred, and then you're also like, magic is against the ways of Noxus, and magic users are pussies. But I also made a deal with a god. It's a little bit whack, really. But we can't, unfortunately, really take the music video Mbisa into it, because I'm sure a lot of it is just symbolism and metaphor and that sort of stuff. But it seems like, man, if you were trained by Pantheon and you were like at his level, and then you made a deal with a god, you'd be pretty tough. But stabbed Caitlyn, and yes, Mel, of course, but stabbed Caitlyn and Mel, kind of just almost make a joke out of her at one point. So that's tough. That's tough. I think, though, it is absolutely fair with her capability, even in the show, that she does sit powerful. I think she would sweep standard, even literally just with a spear and her anti-magic runes, right? I think she would just absolutely slam all of them very easily. Powerful, though, I feel like she's got some... There's a couple there that can maybe stand up against her. And then she'll just absolutely be swept if she was in godlike. So I think powerful is good for her. Again, I'm not really including any of the potential from the music video. Is very much just what we see in the show. But again, what we see in the show, I mean, like, one thing, yes, it's off screen, of course, we don't actually see what happens, but one thing to note is Warwick, super speed Warwick and super strength Warwick, who we see can literally, as he's running through, just slaughter and tear apart in forces, just got a scratch off on Anbisa, right? So she could seemingly hold her own. Yes, maybe it was the fact that Warwick was just on a path and didn't actually fight her. But even then, even if he was just doing his super speed swiping, she still managed to at least get out of that. Which maybe it was just because of her helmet, maybe. But she's definitely a warrior, right? And even if, like, literally naked Anbisa in the bathhouse with the twink, is probably stronger than half the characters on this list, right? So I think Powerful is good. I agree with you guys. I think Powerful is a good little spot. We then have Rictus. Now, I feel Rictus is more like where Anbisa is on the powerful scale, Rictus is probably at the standard. Yes, they are both incredibly competent fighters. Rictus also has the same access to the anti-magic stuff, but Rictus is a bro that gets absolutely slaughtered very easily by Warwick, like it's not even close. He gets thrown around like a toy, where again it is off screen, but we do see there is an interaction between Anbisa and Warwick, and she walks away barely a scratch, right? Speaking of twink, is the twink on this list? No, because this isn't like the all characters. I threw in a couple extras just as a bit of a meme. Like, we've got Goatman, we've got Jericho, we've got Violin Boy, we've got Ray, we've got Scar and Gert as well. But no, this isn't an all characters one. I don't think Twink Boy would last very long, even though he is a agent of LeBlanc. Even though he's a member of the Black Rose, there's no confirmation that he has any magic or anything like that. He could just be a little twink boy who serves LeBlanc, right? So it is what it is. Also, no, the twink is on the list. Look, Victor's down there at the bottom at weak. The twink is there, bud. What are you talking about? Alrighty. What are we at? 3 hours? Cool. So we will quickly do Rictus, and then okay, cool. So Rictus, look, again, I don't think he's at the level of Anbisa, to be completely fair. So I think standard is a good spot for him. I think that's a good spot for him to be. Now, just very quickly, folks, give me about 60 odd seconds again. I'll be right back, and we will continue this chitty chat. Alright, I'm back. Ladies, if a guy ever tells you they only need 60 seconds, it's a lie. I'm sorry I took longer than that. Alrighty, so, jumping back on in here, we are at Singed. Okay, the only character that got a happy ending in Arcane. Wow, isn't that, Everybody loved that. That's everyone's favourite part, really. Alrighty, now... So, with Singed, I'm just going to nip him here for now while we have a little chit-chat about him. So, Singed, it's one of those things where, he's, like, very intelligent, like a Viktor. He is quite frail and quite feeble, but unlike Viktor, he actually does have weapons, right? He has, or at least he's utilised the Grey, much like he does in the game with his toxic gas. Now... we see that gas is probably not going to do a great deal against a shimmer-infused super soldier like Jinx, but we do see that it has some very negative consequences against normal people, right? Not only will it burn and damage the skin, it'll destroy a lot of your interior organs. We get a lot of that information through the quick flashes when Caitlyn is on the bizarre computer, the Kiraman computer, like at the library looking through bloody newspaper articles. So, he definitely, if he's up against normal folk, he can definitely kind of stand his own to an extent. The reality is, kind of like Viktor, a strong enough breeze might blow him over, right? Like, let's be completely frank here. So, in a fist fight against a Vi or a Savfk, it might not go down too well, but kind of like the Caitlyn idea, if he does get the jump on you and he's got a bit of a plan going, that might benefit him quite well. He's most assuredly not in the powerful section. He'll get absolutely decimated in there. It's really just about whether he's standard or just a person. The thing is with a lot of the just a person types, apart from really, again, even with Caitlyn, yes, she's got a weapon, but it is a normal rifle, right? Singe doesn't have many weapons at all, but he does have the Grey. Oh, that's cool, though. That's cool that you can see that. Very nice. So, I think Standard's a good spot for old Singy boy. Like, he'll be able to do some things against some people there in regards to his creations. But then, like, again, when he's fighting Season 2 Savfk with Jinx's arm, which has that fan capability, basically, the Grey's going to do absolutely nothing to her, right? Whereas if he unleashed the Grey on Echo or Jace, for example, that might have some pretty negative consequences to them. So, we'll see. It also has the capability to knock people unconscious as well, which we've seen like with the wolves. So look, if he throws his gas grenade out and it knocks one of them unconscious, he basically wins. So it's really about what is he going to be able to put out before kind of losing himself? And it's very much, again, it's the same thing with Caitlyn, where, look, if she can get a shot off, it's over, it's GG, but it's about whether or not she can get that shot off. So he'll slip there for now. Marcus, I mean, like, come on. Marcus is just a guy. He's an enforcer. He's got a revolver. Which is just a gun. Like, really, what's he going to do what's he going to do against Jace? What's he going to do against Shimmer-infused Deckard, right? Nuck. He could probably potentially take on Rictus, but as soon as Rictus closes the distance, it's GG's for Marcus, right? Marcus, just a person. Nobody overly, nothing overly fancy there. Nothing really that kind of jumps out to me that would kind of give him an edge over anybody else. So definitely in the same vein as like a Silco or a Benzo or a Vanda. I don't know why this is here, but same with Marcus 1-8. Marcus 1-8 is technically a corpse with half of his face blown off, so he's probably not going to be able to put up much of a fight there. So yeah, no, definitely just in the same bracket there. It's going to be interesting, Marcus fighting Marcus. We'll see about that. We've got Maddie, and it's 2x9 Maddie. So here's an interesting thing with her, right? So I'll chuck her there for now. So if we were talking early Maddie, and of course it doesn't matter because this is who Maddie is the whole time apparently, even though the show did a miserable job at actually foreshadowing or setting that up, literally comes out of nowhere. But the reality is that Maddie isn't this doe-eyed, innocent, I can't do anything, oh my, Caitlyn, hold me type. She is a seemingly battle-hardened, badass Noxus spy. And the reality is, if you are a Noxian spy, you are battle-hardened and you are badass. This is Noxus. This isn't Demacia, alright? A Demacian spy might be a very nice fellow, but a Noxian one, absolutely not. A Noxian spy is literally only there to literally help take over the city you are planted in, right? You're not there gaining information. You are there to supplant the leadership and allow Noxus to sweep in and take it over. That's the role. So you got to be pretty decent at what you do to be able to be that kind of role with a civilization or an empire like Noxus. So I think she could definitely stand her own more than it seems. Yes, she's a tiny little girl. Right, that's the reality, right? I think if Maddie without her gun was fighting Rictus without his spear, the fight would last about 5 seconds, of course. But we don't really get to see the full capabilities of Maddie because the second the mask drops, she shoots herself in the frickin' head, right? So we don't really get to see a whole lot coming out of her. But there's just an element there that I want to put her in more than just a person, but frankly, we can't really see that. So I'll definitely have her in just a person because whilst there is potential for her being a lot more badass than we get to see, I can only judge her on what we do get to see. And yeah, look, if she's got a gun, she's just like a Caitlyn type, right? She's just a normal person with a gun and is probably pretty good at shooting that gun. Look, same with Loris here as well. The reality is Loris is a homeless, retired enforcer and alcoholic, and he is very much seems to want to play on the defensive. He's like a Braum type, where he is more interested in defense and protecting other people than he is on actually physically assaulting or attacking other individuals. That's why he's the shield guy. That's why he doesn't have like a shield and a spear or a shield and a mace or something like that. It's literally just a big old shield because it seems to be, again, it's the Braum type. It's the I'm going to protect and defend my team. I'm not overly interested in going around and bashing the shit out of people like other members of the task force are. But again, the reality is he is just a dude. He could maybe go with some neck armor. I mean, how cringe is that? Like, let's be completely free. How cringe is that? You're Noxus. You're invading Piltover, the city of progress, where everyone has a bloody flintlock rifle at minimum. You've got Hex Tech empowered turrets and Hex Tech empowered weapons, and you're rocking up there with spears, shields, and friggin' crossbows. Okay. Like, literally, if the enforcers were slightly heavier armored, Noxus would do bumpkin. Like, what would they do? They'll shoot their bloody bolts. It'll ping off their armor, and then GG is shoot you in the face with a bloody rifle. Didn't he get injured in the sewer? He's weak and always drunk. I mean, yes. I did say he is an alcoholic. But yeah, and the funny thing is we kind of skipped that sequence because there's the shot during the Hellfire sequence where he trips the explosive. He defends against that. But then we cut to the trap with that Smeech's accountant guy, and he does not limp when he walks over to Maddie to kind of console her when she's doing the best acting performance in all of Runeterra and pretending to be scared by these dolls that Jinx has set up, right? So there's a scene between that and them splitting up for zero reason at all. Oh, Jinx will be able to smell them from a mile away. No, sorry, that's retarded. Anyway, so there's the scene in between where he's injured, but then when we see him again when he leaves after Caitlyn becomes the dictator of Piltover, he's perfectly fine to just walk away. So he's injured and then he's not injured, right? So it is what it is. Yes, he's a bit of an alcoholic, but we also don't. That's not part of his character. He walks away from helping Vi because Vi is the one that has a drinking problem. She's the one that becomes like in this downward spiral, right? So if Loris was this alcoholic guy, I don't think he'd give two shits if Vi was going to the bar every night and getting drunk, because he would be joining her and having a great time. The reality is, we see in that montage, it's the complete opposite of that. And yeah, look, he originally was like this hobo-looking alcoholic guy, but it's not really where his story ends, so I can't really judge him in that particular capacity. But yeah, look, reality, he's just a guy. He's just a big fella with a big old plank of metal, right? So, what are you going to do there? Cjbeard, again, it's just another thing of like, Cjbeard is just a bro. Like, what's he going to do? He's got two little batons. He's going to run around and smack you in the bum with his batons? Oh, whoop-de shit. Like, who gives a crap? Again, the only reason why these characters exist is because they needed some extra characters to boost the Enforcer roster for TFT. Right? Like, otherwise, all of this task force would be amazing warriors, all with hex tech-empowered weaponry, or all with guns at the very least, but it's just Maddie with a smoke grenade launcher, Loris with a plank of metal, and Cjbeard with two little stubby, bloody batons, right? So he's just a guy, right? He's even seems to be reasonably susceptible to the grey, even though he's not necessarily human. He's humanoid, but he's not human. So, like, someone like Singed, for example, would be able to get a hold, or actually have a leg up against someone like Cjbeard. Unfortunate, but look, it is what it is, really. These characters are a little bit lame. Smeech, I would say, goes up in standard, because, again, Smeech is definitely, like, could hold his own against a lot, but we do see that Savfk absolutely destroys him without too much effort. So he would not be sitting above them, both Savfkas actually, at all. You also kind of think about Season 1, if Savfk was the muscle for Silco, that she would basically have power over Smeech, as Smeech would just be one of the Cjbeards, and Silco, of course, was in charge, and Savfk is the right hand of Silco. So, look, I mean, he's a cool guy. I really like his go-go gadget weaponry, but seems to me if Savfk can defeat him, and Savfk is nowhere close to even being the strongest character in Arcane, he's not really going very high up the list. Let's have a look here. I don't even need to think about this. Immediate godlike tier. The Goat Man. Look, I know you guys maybe missed the entire point of the Goat Man, but, you know, he basically recreated, well, Ambisa hired him to create Hexgate technology, or at the very least, Hex tech runes. And a lot of people think he failed, but the reality is he actually succeeded, you see. And when he gets flash of lights and he turns to ash, that's actually him teleporting into the past, and it burns all the hair off his face, and he becomes Wizard Viktor. You see, we thought it was Viktor the whole time, but it's actually the goat. No, obviously, Goat Man is a little weak little baby. God Viktor, I mean, the godlike tier exists because God Viktor is here, so he's obviously going to go right up there. Seems to me that if he evolves you, if Viktor evolves you, it is GG, and that seems to be an incredibly easy thing for him to do. He basically doesn't even need to think about it, as long as, you know, one of his automatons has their hand on you, it's kind of over for you. He also seems to exist in a completely different plane of reality, inside Aurelian Soul's belly. As you all probably know, Aurelian Soul is the night sky, so whenever you see Viktor floating around in the galaxy, that's inside Aurelian Soul, who's a god who created the sun. So, you know, there's a lot of shit going on in the background there, but he seems to almost have dominance over that, as he goes from inside Aurelian Soul to his own bloody dimension, right? So that's some pretty whack shit when it comes to Arcane League of Legends lore. Wizard Viktor, Again, godlike. The trouble with Wizard Viktor is we don't exactly see what kind of powers he has, but the reality is if he fails, he'll just create an entirely different galaxy and timeline and just keep doing that and sacking that timeline until he wins. Kind of cringe, but again, Echo can do something similar in regards to his time manipulation, so it's only fair. We have Jericho. Oh my god. Jericho is a bit of a beast. He's a big man with a big machete or butcher's knife. He comes in at the Zornite Riders of Rohirrim charge, which comes out of nowhere in Season 2, Episode 9. He's, just a person, right? Let's be frank. He's cool. He's a big fellow. But he is a chef. He's a cook. What's he going to do? Poison you? Maybe. Ray Chan, I'm sorry, bro. Violin man, I love you. I love you. Even though you can control fake lightning when you're on stage, look, the reality is you are just a violin man, so I'm interested to see Ray fight Powder from Season 1, Episode 1. That'll be quite quaint. LeBlanc. So the trouble is with LeBlanc obviously is godlike in regards to her tier, but my god is she a dunce in Arcane, man. So LeBlanc, 1,000 years old, founder of Noxus, founder of the Black Rose Society, has illusions, magic, one of the most powerful sorceresses in Runeterra. Her plans, her schemes involve the downfall of empires and civilizations, and yet Mel, who found out she had her magic 35 seconds ago, manages to trick and play and fool LeBlanc? Get the fuck out of here. Absolute nonsense. Like they had to like shrink LeBlanc's IQ by like 100 points just to make it make sense, which is pretty cringe. And as I said at the start, we aren't going based off their League of Legends lore or their abilities in League. We're going off what we see in the show, which unfortunately Mel plays her like a fool, but obviously if LeBlanc was up against the vast majority of these characters, it wouldn't even be close. She would trick them with illusion, then she'd use her thorn chain magic to chain them up and blitz them into nothing like she did with Mel's assistant, Alora. How sad for Alora. Which, by the way, I just want to say, like, what a shit plan. Hey, Mel, I want you to work with me to take your mother out. So what I'm going to do is kill your best friend right in front of you and then mentally torture and manipulate you and then be like, dear sister, don't you see? We must fight against him. But what a shit plan, LeBlanc. Are you... Anyway. My god, super cringe. Scar? I mean, I don't even think I can put Scar in standard because the fact of the matter is the only times we ever see Scar fight, he loses every single time. So, sure, he's fighting people like Jinx and Vi, which isn't exactly fair, but, we're trying to power scale him. We've seen him fight a couple times and he's lost every single one of them, so... He might be a cool fighter. We see the best fighting we see Scar do is in Season 1 during the Pusha T music video section where they're showing off the firelights and he's beating up a scarecrow enforcer made of hay, right? And I think the funniest thing is the symbolism of that the firelights are basically fighting a straw man the whole time. Interesting. But yeah, Scar, look, I mean, he looks cool visually, but the reality is he kind of seems like a bit of a chump at the end of the day. And finally, we have Gert here, which, yeah, look, the reality is Gert is just a person. Oh my god, she would have been a musician. She would have made music and art, but conflict is bad. Yes, Arcane writers, we get that. We understood that in Season 1, but I guess you created Gert as a character to tell that story again, kind of like you do with her saying, not all enforcers are bad. Yeah, bitch, bro. God, yikes. Anyway, So, now that we've got all of our characters in here, we're going to quickly go through, because we're at 3 hours 23. Okay, so we're going to quickly go through from weak to godlike, and we're going to pitch these characters up against each other, and we're just going to kind of see where that lies, and we're also going to check to see maybe, just maybe, one of the characters from, say, Just a Person can actually come in and take on a character from Standard, and then maybe, just maybe, they'll get a little boost. Hold the phone. Sorry, guys, one moment. I'm not going to mute, I'll be here. I just need to quickly check something. That's not right, there we go. 1 moment, folks. Oh my god. What's that? 7 new subscribers since I started the live stream, guys. I'm 6 away from 500. I tell you what, if you want that tier list extravaganza I told you about, you better get your chums to subscribe, and that'll probably be the next stream. Booyah! Excellent. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. Excellent. Anyway, let's jump right back into that. Cool. That's fantastic. Okay, so we are... Let's have a looky. So, down in the weak section, we've got Powder, Season 1, Episode 1, versus Viktor from Season 1. Okay, so we have to be very real here. Jinx is a child. Jinx is a traumatized young lady. Viktor is a very sick, frail man. This is going to be an interesting fight, okay? So look, could Viktor just kind of walk up and smack Powder in the face with his walking cane? Absolutely he could, right? But one of the things I mentioned before about Powder, why I couldn't rank her highly even though she makes grenades, is we don't see any of them work, right? But this might be the one occasion where that actually might make a little bit of sense, because Viktor is, he's poddling over to her, trying to scrap with this tiny little girl, and she sets off one of her monkey bombs, and yes, it doesn't work, but it goes poof, and puffs up this big thing of pink smoke. That might be enough to shock Viktor so much he has a bloody stroke or a heart attack and dies, right? Let's be completely frank and beans here. He's a little frail little boy. And this might even be when, Viktor, he's got his arcane-infused leg, but he still needs his walking stick, it would seem, after he tries to destroy the Hex Core. Seems to kind of remove a lot of his power that the Hex Core had gave him when it changed his limb. And he is still a very sick man, right? This is like, we've literally got two of the most spindly, weak characters, and I don't know who's going to beat them. I think the reality is just Viktor might even be able to convince through his words to Powder not to fight him, and that might give him the victory, right? But then Powder might just go, "Rah, where's Vi, rah," and then run up and start she might do what she does to Silco, right? Does the waist tackle which pushes Silco onto the ground. But even then, Viktor could just pull a bloody shank out of his walking stick, and we're talking about a child here, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. Look, I think sorry, Powder. I love you, but sorry. Oh, you can't get rid of them? All right, so what I'll do is I'll put the Victors at the front here. Victors, without the name. And then we'll just have the first on each one will be the Viktor from each tier, because I thought I could actually remove the pictures, but I seem to not be able to. That's fine. So then we have Viktor versus Mylo. And this is a little bit, again, it's still a child. But this is a bit of a fairer fight, because Viktor might be like, look, my friend, I don't want to fight you. And then Mylo just sprints and tackles him and just punches him in the face multiple times, like he does with the kid in Season 1, Episode 1. And that will probably literally put Viktor in the dirt. Like, what's he going to do? Literally, what's Viktor going to do? He's not even going to be able to push Mylo off him, and Mylo's a kid. Wow. that's probably the only victory Mylo is ever going to get in the entire television show of Arcane. Congratulations, my boy. Yeah, look, it's sad, but I do honestly think Mylo would just bash the shit out of Viktor. People aren't going to like this one, but we've got Mylo versus Isha, and again, I'm sorry, but Isha is just a small child. Mylo's a child as well, but he's a bigger boy. Isha is a very young, as we've said, as we talked about her when I put her in here, very confident, very bolsterous, but in regards to actually fighting against someone, I don't think she's going to do much at all. Again, we're not including much like I did with Powder. We're not including the fact that, you know, she grabs a gun and chucks some hex crystals in and blows everybody up. That's not included. It is what's she going to do in a fight. She doesn't even have any weapons. No, neither does Mylo, of course, but Mylo has his guns and his pencil moustache, and that's really all he needs to win in a fight. Sorry, Isha fans. Look, I like her reasonably as well, but yeah, this isn't a favoritism competition, I'm sorry. Mylo versus Deckard, whilst we never see the two actually fight in that fight, I think it is fair enough to say that Deckard at least puts up a fight against Vi, and Vi is a heck of a lot stronger and a better fighter than Mylo, so I think Deckard would smack Mylo in the face, pull out his knife, and then whip butt, let's be frank. So I think Deckard would come out over Mylo. And it seems Mylo seems to only be able to really fight when he's with his friends, when like 3 of the enemies are focused on Clagger, and he's just kind of trying to figure out what he should do. Deckard versus the goat, the literal goat. Jeepers, I mean, Deckard is still pretty much a kid. Like, he's like a young teen, and the goat man is an adult, and he has horns, but he's a scientist. He's a little science man, and Deckard's a thug, right? So it's really who would fare better, an adult, sure, but who has spent his entire life researching how to create particular pieces of tech for Piltover, and a guy from Zorn who is basically fighting tooth and nail, potentially on the daily, to survive and to make his money. I think my money would go on Deckard with that as well. And look, I mean, this is, again, same thing as the goat man. You've got a guy who has spent his life learning how to play music and entertain, where Deckard is literally a thug on the streets of Zorn, peddling information and stealing and doing things like that. So look, the reality is he'll be at least reasonably hard in a fight. So I think, I mean, like, out of what we've got, and again, if we wanted to try and bring Viktor back in to say that wasn't fair, look, Viktor versus Deckard, yeah, it's not close. Again, Deckard would kick away his walking stick and it would be GG. Like, what's the bro gonna do? Cool. So we've got Deckard at number 1 for the weeks. Now, just a person. Okay, so this one might be a bit interesting. So we've got Season 1, Episode 1, Vi, versus Season 1, Episode 9, Caitlyn. Now, as mentioned, Caitlyn, she's an enforcer. She'll definitely be pretty darn good at close quarter combat, because she would have been trained for it. And she's got a rifle, and she's a very good shot. Vi is just kid fighter Vi. Obviously the strongest in the group that we see, but this is more of a reality of young Vi, who is experienced in fighting through being taught by Vander and through actually fighting on the streets herself, compared to someone who is trained to deal with someone like this and also has a rifle and is a very, very good shot and has been a very, very good shot since they were a child themselves. So I think if Vi closes the distance and gets a couple good licks in, maybe. But then we also see that, like, Caitlyn, I guess it's not entirely removed, but Caitlyn can tank a couple smacks from Mbisa before being put down, right? And even when Caitlyn's been stabbed, she is still willing to put up a fight. So look, I think young Vi, sorry babe, you're a good fighter. But I think Caitlyn just edges out over young Vi. Again, there's a lot of the experience factor going on there. And she has a firearm. Even in the CQC, I think Vi, could overpower Caitlyn even at that age. But also remember, Vi, blocks with her face, right? And Caitlyn will be able to get some good licks in. And if Vi, the brawler, can't technically, go into the technicals of fighting, then it's kind of GG for her. Caitlyn versus Vander, though, I'm just going to give that to Vander. Look, again, it's the thing. It's one of those things of, look, if Caitlyn gets a good shot in, it is GG. But then there are far more things that a character like Vander could do to get the victory there. I agree. Vi was getting her butt whooped by forces in prison. Yeah. And look, she's been in scraps, and she is a scrapper. But it's more of the fact that, Caitlyn with Enforcer training would have literally been taught how to deal with Zornite thugs and scrappers, right? So that would just be part of the training. I feel should just have it over her. Vander, on the other hand, I feel literally, more than just the fact that Vander is a big boy and Caitlyn is a skinny little girl. Vander, I feel, is incredibly battle-hardened. Yes, he's been quote-unquote retired for 5 or 7 years. But we see the bro can just take on enforcers even with their guns and when they're fully armored, right? Give him his gauntlets, he would probably smack the living shit out of Caitlyn. I feel even if she got a shot off, unless it was fatal, Vander probably would have charged in, taken her out. Well, here's an interesting one. Vander and Benzo. Well, Benzo is basically mortally obese by the time we see him in the show. So I think Vander easily has it over Benzo. Benzo, he's a big man, big arms as well. Of course, I'm not saying he's a weakling, but I think Vander can bob and weave and box, and Benzo can probably swing a bat around, if anything, which is literally what he does in the show. And again, it's just one of those things where Benzo is Vander's right hand, so I don't. And with Vander being a fighter, it's not like the thing of Silco and Savfk, where Silco is the brains and the planning and the thought, and Savfk is the muscle. Seems like Vander very much was kind of a lot of everything, except for the brains, except for the planning. That's why he had Silco. That's why they had a good relationship. Twilight Moon, I gotta go. This was fun. I'll finish watching this later. Thank you so much, Twilight Moon. You've been sending lots and lots of messages throughout the chat, so I certainly appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, or night, or wherever it is you are. If you even have days or nights where you're from. Maybe not. Maybe you live in the Antarctique. Alrighty. So, look, Benzo, sorry, buddy. You're cool. You have a nice relationship with Echo, but Soz Vander is absolutely whipping you. Oh, no. This is a bit depressing. Vander versus Clagger. Let me think about that for half a second. Yeah, sorry, Clagger, you're a big boy. You're a strong fella. But Vander's your daddy, and he's going to whip your ass. It doesn't even come close, unfortunately, for you, my boy. We've kind of already discussed this, but Vander versus Heimerdinger. Yeah, literally, Vander is going to drop kick Heimerdinger in the face and kill him immediately. Look, and as I've said, if the terms are that Heimerdinger zip-zaps back to the spirit realm, back to Vandal City, then that's a victory. Again, we don't see any of Heimerdinger's rockets. We don't see his turrets. The only turret he makes is a bubble turret. That ain't going to help you. That ain't going to help you in a scrap with Vander. Yeah, sorry. Vander is going to walk up, go, "Hello, governor," and then literally squash him, under his bloody boot, right? And Heimerdinger's just going to make some off joke about it because he's a bloody clown. Anyway, Vander versus Silco. Now, here's the thing, right? We've seen twice a physical altercation between Vander and Silco, and twice Silco has come out of it, or at least survived. Maybe, one might say victory Definitely not the first time he loses his eye. Vander gets his forearm slashed, which I think if you had to choose between the two, I'd take the forearm slash over losing the eye. And then Silco kind of beats Vander, but again, he's distracted and gets stabbed in the back, right? So in a fight, you know, if Silco was able to plan and scheme and he had all of his goons and he had all his people, and Vander had all of his people, Silco would come out on top every single time. Doesn't even come close. But if we're talking about a 1v1 combat situation, then look, sorry, Silco's just going to like start yapping his mouth off and Vander is going to shut him up very quickly. Twilight, thanks for the subscription. Thank you so much. Before you left, you subbed. Good, thank you so much. Yeah, look, the reality is when it comes to power scaling, it's different. Like unless you're dealing with like a Sherlock Holmes or a Light Yagami, the intelligence isn't really going to play a huge factor into fights like this, because it is literally, just think about it, it's like a 1v1 in Super Smash Brothers, right? Like that's what we've got going on. There's no grand plan or scheme or army or battalion or anything like that. It is just this character fights this character, they have their abilities, they have their weapons, let's see what happens. Who can push the other one off the edge kind of thing. And I think Vander would pick up Silco and throw him like a little baby. Vander versus Marcus. We'll put both Marcuses up here because, frankly, there is no huge difference between these two in my mind. Vander and Marcus, so it's another thing of Marcus is the sheriff, sure, but he is just an enforcer. He's not like Caitlyn in the fact that we see for a fact that Caitlyn is like an amazing shot that barely ever misses her target. We actually see Marcus miss often, actually. So he's not the greatest of shots. He gets played easily by people that are obviously much more intelligent than him. But yeah, look, if we're talking about but either Marcuses, again, they're both pretty much the same, going up against Vander in a fight, it's GG's. Vander, you know, puts his gauntlets on. Marcus maybe has his revolver, sure. It's another one of those things. If you can get the shot off, sure. But if Vander gets in close, it's done. Like it's GG's. It's over. It's over. Now, I think this is a fight that everyone would love to see. Vander versus Maddie. I don't think that would last very long. Something tells me. Look. I'm sure Maddie is a skeevy little bastard of a spy, but Vander would absolutely stomp all over Maddie. It's not even close. This fight, however, may be a little bit closer. Vander versus Loris, because obviously there's something there in regards to Loris being like a kind of stand-in for Vander, some kind of something where Vi at least is like reminded of Vander or some kind of fatherly figure. You definitely have to kind of be pretty strong to, like, he literally with his shield with a piece of metal, like stops the chem tank Goliath as he's trying to like charge swipe down at Cjbeards. So he's got a lot of power behind him. So it is an interesting fight, actually. Vander, I feel, is more of the brawler, right? Where Loris is like the tank. Vander would be more like the brawler. Which is like, who wins? Because Vander is also quite a tank. But again, Loris, as I'd mentioned when I put him in there, Loris is more about the defensive. We don't really see a lot of him on the offensive. So, you know, he might be good at protecting himself and other people, but he might not have a lot of combat knowledge in regards to like CQC. We see him teaching some of the new enforcers at the end of the show where the weak points in Noxian armor is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's this brilliant CQC specialist teaching them how to use a knife. To me, it was more of the fact of, hey, if you've got a knife and you're up close, stab them here, stab them there, stab them there, and you'll get something going on. You know, is what it is, you know? Gee whiz. So yeah, I think I do have to give that to Vander, because again, Loris might be able to do something, but we just don't see a lot of that in the actual show proper. And then Vander versus Cjeb. Look, Cjeb could probably run up and smack him in the face a few times with his batons, but the trouble is those batons are just ever so slightly longer than Cjeb's reach, and Vander, again, he's a scrapper, he's a brawler, he's a boxer. If he can get a couple, he can probably take quite a few smacks to the face or the head before he wants to give up, right? So, and again, if Vander taught Vi how to punch, Vander probably also blocks a lot with his face. So maybe he's quite used to that. So yeah, I mean, Vander x Cjeb, not even close. Here is one, though, because look, Jericho's a big boy. This would be an interesting one, in my opinion. So, Vander v. Jericho. Yes, Vander's got his gauntlets. Jericho has his butcher knife. And they are two big, tanky boys. We don't really see Jericho fight. We see him come in at the end for like a few frames, but we don't actually see what he can do, what he's capable of. But boy, oh boy, is he a big boy. I mean, let's be... he's a big fella. Probably bigger than Vander. Potentially. I guess the one thing that does push Vander over Jericho is that it is very... Like with Jericho, it's all kind of headcanon theory craft, where Vander, at least, we've seen him fight. We've seen him in those combat situations. We've seen who he can beat and who can beat him. Where Jericho is, we see him bloody make some food and then go, and then that's it, right? So, like, what do we don't have a lot to go on other than the fact that he's a big boy. So again, I do kind of have to give that to Vander, unfortunately. Sorry, all the big Jericho fans out there. I know you'll have to cry yourself to sleep tonight. Vander versus Scar. Again, I'm sorry, but I just have to say, Scar, the only times we've ever seen you fight anyone, you lose every time, pal. I'm sure you're a really great fighter and a great firelight. But the reality is we don't actually get to see that in practice quite a lot. So, Scar, my brother in Christ, I'm sorry, you're cool, you're chill, but look, again, it's got to go to Vander. He's the man. And look, it's sorry, Gert, sorry, babe, but Vander is going to stomp your head in so hard, turns your blue hair back to black, right? Sorry, but that's just the reality, because we see Gert in one fight and she gets blitty-blatted. How sad, how tragic. Oh, gee willikers. Alrighty. Now, so we've got Deckard on the weak, we've got Vander on the just a person. That's chill. So we've got two victors. Now let me, let's have a look here. Cool. Yep, cool. So, before we jump into standard, powerful, and godlike, let me have a quick little break while I mute. I'll be back in just a few uno momentos. But, you know, what I'll do, I'll chuck the video on for you guys, just so you got something to watch, just in case I take an extra minute or two, because last time, I said give me 60 seconds, and I was like 2.5 minutes. Oh, terrible. 2.5 minutes in heaven is better than 60 seconds in heaven, though, so it is what it is. Right. I shall return. Give me a few moments.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A
Godman.
bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
So you're Vander.
Hound of the Underground.
So what do you say? That's my girl.
Oh, isn't that just such a depressing video? Oh, every time I see Vander, I just have to cry. It's so sad, so tragic. Alrighty, so let us, what are we at? 351? Beautiful. We will whip through the standard, powerful, and godlike, and then we shall, of course, end it there. And I've just noticed that we've gotten some more subscribers. Beautiful, brilliant. Thank you guys so much. We're literally like 5 subs away from 500. OMG. I started this YouTube channel just a few months ago, and the fact that, you know, I would have originally been surprised if I was at 100 at this point. That would have been a shock. My God, nearly 5 away from 500 already. Thank you guys, so amazing, absolutely amazing. Obviously wouldn't be even close to that without you guys jumping in, interacting with the live streams and commenting. It really helped with the algorithm and all sorts of stuff, so you guys have also pat yourselves on the back for that. Thank you very much. Alrighty, so we shall start the standard tier. So again, just briefly, we've got under week, Deckard won the week tier. Vander won the just a person tier. Now we're on to standard. So if you missed it, you might notice we've got Vi Season 2 9 actually below Season 1 9. We'll get there. So Vi Season 2 9, pretty much the same as Vi Season 1, except she has switched, apparently it seems, she has switched the energy shield with a rocket booster, which it's kind of like, well, why don't you just have both? It kind of seems a bit bizarre that Jace would just remove the best defensive capability from your gauntlets to put like a rocket propellants on them. Kind of seems like you can have both, but she never uses it, not once, not for one moment in Season 2, when there are multiple times where it'd be very, very beneficial for her to be able to just pop off a energy shield that can protect her from most things. So clearly she does not have it. So we are doing Vi with her power gauntlets without an energy shield versus Caitlyn with her Hex Tech rifle and all of her training from Ambisa. So the reality here is it's one of those things where, you know, maybe Caitlyn gets a shot off and it's GG's, but we have seen in Season 2 that Vi's gauntlets can withstand a full-on shot from her Hextech rifle, so she is able to block those bullets with her gauntlets. This might be the one occasion where she figures out maybe I shouldn't block attacks with my face, especially if it's a bullet. You know, maybe she'll figure that part out. And look, if she rocket boosts right on over to Caitlyn, she can just grab her gun and then look, it is GG's. Like, I love Caitlyn. She's one of my was one of my favorite characters, but the reality is, as I've said, this isn't my favorite character wins the tier, it's who would win in a fight, and Vi would absolutely destroy Caitlyn if given the opportunity. So we will then have Echo from Season 1, Episode 9, fighting Vi. Look, this is the exact same situation. Echo's a great fighter. He's got some good battle sense. But the reality is Echo will use his hoverboard to get in. Like, he's a close-range fighter, but Vi is the brawler, right? Vi is easily the better close-range fighter. even if it was just up to a fist fight and Vi didn't have her gauntlets, I think it would just be GG's, right? Like, one of the things that helps Echo against Jinx is non-shimmer infused, and she is a ranged fighter. That is really the major benefit there. When Echo goes up against someone like Vi, however, look, yeah, you ain't going to get in close and take advantage of that. You're going to get in close and she's going to take advantage of you, right? Sorry, bud, you're going to be pinned to the ground and it's going to be GG's in about 5 seconds, right? So sorry, Echo, my brother in Christ. Vi versus Jace. Now, here is an interesting one. Literally because, you know, Jace has the capabilities to withstand Vi's attacks with his energy shield, but this Jace has a injured leg. His mind is mentally fractured, so he could easily be taken advantage of in regards to his mental state and in regards to his bum leg. And Vi, I feel, before Jace can swing his hammer, could do that jet propulsion attack she does on Warwick in the finale and just like take Jace out. Like, would Jace be able to activate his energy shield before Vi is able to like swoop in and just take him out? I don't know. I really don't think he could. It's very easy for him to pop out the energy shield, but even if he does get the energy shield off, what's he going to do then? He still needs to deactivate it so he can continue attacking, right? And then once he does that, Vi's going to close the distance, and it will just be GG's, right? In my opinion, at least. The hammer's good, it's got a lot of range, but Vi could bob and weave and dodge and just kind of take him out quite easily. Especially with the bum leg, especially with the mental fracture. It just is what it is, unfortunately. And then we've got Vi versus Shimmer-infused Vander. Look, it would be tragic for Vi to have to do it, but this is another situation where, as strong as Vander would be even with the Shimmer, without the Apex Shimmer that Singed gives him when he brings him back and turns him into Viktor, this is very much what Vander has, is the kind of basic bare bones Shimmer that Deckard uses. So it's not like he's got this incredible healing factor that's just going to be able to let him heal up every attack, like we see that with the chem tanks. They, like, their skeletons basically turn to dust when Vi punches them and Jace hits them with the hammer, and they don't heal. So that's the level of Shimmer that we're dealing with at the moment. And look, it's another one of those things. Vander will go, "Oi, Vi!" and then she will literally just jet propel over and just take his head off, right? Sorry, is what it is. And yes, it would be tragic and it would be very sad for Vi to have to do it, but that's what this is. We're going to bring both Savfks up here because the reality is Vi has beaten Savfk on screen. So this isn't a conversation. The reality is the show has shown us that Savfk one-on-one with Vi would not be able to beat her. Now, this is the Vi without the energy shield. But, I think, again, Vi uses that rocket propellant attack and just closes the distance. Because, look, you know, Savfk has, especially with the Season 1 arm, has some really powerful ranged energy attacks. But we also see in that same sequence, Vi, like, easily bobs and weaves them, so they're easily dodgeable. So that's not going to be like something that kind of Savfk can just hold over Vi. Again, it's just one of those things where, to me, the show has shown us what would happen. Yes, as I mentioned, you know, Vi wins because she has the energy shield and it puts Savfk off her game, but replace the energy shield with her literally zipping over with a rocket-propelled fist. And look, I mean, it might be GG's quicker than that first fight. So yeah, I think Vi, especially even without the energy shields, would just absolutely destroy Savfk. Both Savfkas, of course. This is, Season 1, Episode 3, Deckard, it's the same argument as Vander. Yes, he's big, yes, he's strong, yes, he's scary, but it is also, we've seen Vi take on the chem tanks and just absolutely destroy them very easily. So, Deckard by himself, just as a shimmer-infused dude, you ain't having a good time. You ain't having a good time up against Vi. My apologies, my boy. Now, here's an interesting one, right? Because Rictus, yeah? So Rictus, he can, use the anti-arcane runes to defend himself against arcane attacks. But it's more of the fact that Vi's gauntlets are simply empowered by the hex tech. It's not like with Jinx's pistol that shoots blasts of hex tech energy that he can easily defect with the runes. It's more of the fact that he's not only going to have to dissipate the hex tech power, but then also deflect against these hex tech boosted punches. Which, could someone like Rictus do that? I don't know. He's a big fella. He's a big, strong fella, but Vi takes down big, strong fellas all the time, right? So it really seems that because Rictus is literally just a strong guy, zero shimmer infusion, zero magic, zero anything like that. Yes, he's a very competent fighter and warrior. The reality is that Vi empowered with the gauntlets, unless the anti-arcane runes can do some kind of something that would turn off the hex crystals or stop them working, and then Vi's gauntlets would no longer work, and then it would become down to a scrap between Vi and Rictus, which, I'll be completely honest, I think Rictus would win a no-weapons one-on-one brawl with Vi. Vi's a great fighter, but Rictus is obviously a soldier, a warrior. This is his profession, where Vi fights to survive and live. Rictus does it because that's his job, so he's going to be pretty darn good at it. But no, I think at the level that they are, Vi would also win here. This is a toughie as well, because as I had mentioned with Singed, Vi gets in and pushes him over, and it's GG. He's a frail, sickly, burnt-up man. But here's the thing, right? So if Vi is up there trying to scrap him, Singed drops some grey at his feet, would he be able to last longer in a puff of grey than Vi potentially could? I don't know. I really don't know, right? Because obviously we see Vi, she obviously can withstand it when she's got the gas mask on, but what's she going to do against the grey if it's just completely flooded the arena, for example? Though, again, as I'd mentioned before, it seems to be one of those things where it's look, Vi is going to use the rocket-propelled nature of her gauntlets and just zip over, and even the force of her shooting through the air might be enough to dissipate the grey enough for her to just get a swing in. And it also seems that the grey isn't a instant thing. You have to kind of be inhaling it for some time for it to do, or at least knock you out. Permanent damage, just being exposed to it wouldn't win the fight. So yeah, I think that's a Vi W easy. Vi versus Smeech. Again, it's one of those things where Savfk beats Smeech and Vi beats Savfk. But this would be an interesting fight, though, to an extent, because Smeech would be so fast and zipping around. I don't think he has shimmer super speed or anything like that, but he would be quite a little rat to try and grab a hold of and defeat. That's a toughie. That's a toughie. I would, again, it's the simple fact of, look, Vi bet Savfk, and Savfk beats Smeech, so kind of is what it is. So we'll just slap that there and do something like that. Even though this isn't really the gauge of strength. I'm literally only just whoever's up front is the winner. That's all we really care about here. So we've got Vi Season 2, Episode 9 beats the Standard. Now into Powerful. So we've got Vi versus Jinx. Okay, so this is Season 1, Episode 9 Vi. So she's basically the Season 2 Vi, except she doesn't have a rocket-propelled attack. She instead has a energy shield. So she has much more defenses than she would have previously, with pretty much the same attack power. Now, okay, so that's the thing. That's why she can stand up to someone like Jinx, who has super speed and healing factor. And all of her weapons, her missile launcher, everything, Jinx could zip up super quick, but Vi could just pop the energy shield and do what she did to Savfk. We also kind of see that in Season 2, Episode 3, Vi could probably have beaten Jinx had it not been for the Hex crystals going all wacky. Oh, just a moment, sorry folks. Alrighty, so look, Jinx, she could be doing her super speed trying to get up to Vi. Vi would pop her energy shield, but then it's also like, well, no, Jinx would never go up close to Vi because she's more of a long range. I'm going to set traps, I'm going to use explosives, I'm going to use my missile launcher, stuff like that. And then Vi has the capability to defend against all of that with the usage of the energy shield that the gauntlets that can create at this point with her character. But then it's like, well, if Vi can get up close, is she going to be able to land a lot of blows against Jinx? Which, again, we see Season 2, Episode 3. She is more than capable of landing blows against Jinx. But the same blows that would decimate the skeletons of chem tanks, she can take because she's got healing factor, right? We see, her getting punched in the gut, which would destroy her spine and her ribs, but she can just continue fighting pretty easily. Jeepers. Honestly, I think I got to give that to Jinx again. It's just the fact of, because after going through it, it's like, well, Vi can punch her and punch her and punch her, but if Jinx has the again, it's not like Warwick. I feel if you blew Jinx's head off, it'll be GG, where Warwick would be able to just heal that up straight away, as we see in the show. Jinx, however, it's more about, are you going to be able to land the final blow? Because if you're taking pot shots at her, she's just going to heal it back, and she's not going to lose her energy. She's going to be super quick, and Vi, normally it would be, well, I just have to get one punch in, but with this, it's technically you'd have to get the right spot, I guess. So I do actually have to give that to Jinx. Now, we have Jinx Season 1, Episode 9 versus Jinx Season 2, Episode 9. Oh, jeepers, but now I'm also, I've left out the fact that Vi could literally use her mental state against her, right? Jinx could be tanking all these blows, and then Vi starts talking about Mylo, Clagger, and Vander and stuff like that, and then she might just lose it, right? Oh, that's rough, actually. Honestly, I think it might. Well, here's going to be the thing, right? So, Season 1, Episode 9, Vi wins. She'll use her Jinx's mental state against her to win. But then, as I mentioned before with Jinx Season 2, Episode 9, her mental state is kind of pretty much fine, quote unquote, big quotation marks, fine. Obviously, she's not fine, but she's good enough to come and save the day and stand with her sister and blah, 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 blah. So the way I'm going to do it is Vi Season 1, Episode 9 can beat Jinx Season 1, Episode 9, but Jinx Season 2, Episode 9 will beat Vi. Simply because of what I mentioned before, the healing factor. Again, Vi might be able to get a bunch of good hits in. Jinx will just kind of heal that up, super speed, and then take her out in another regard. And Vi maybe won't be able to use her mental state against her. Very sad, very tragic. So season 1, episode 9, Jace. This is GG's. Jinx has this in the bag. It's the same thing with Vi, where Jace has a lot of defensive and offensive capabilities. But if Jinx beats Vi, Vi absolutely beats Jace in regards to fighting capability, so Jinx is going to absolutely take him out. Again, Jace might get some good shots in, but Jinx is going to be probably fine after a few moments, and then just blat him with a Gatling gun or jawbone or something like that. All right. Jinx versus Mel. So this is the tricky situation, right? Because we're dealing with innate ability Mel. So let's say Jinx super speeds over, puts a chomper grenade on her face, and then super speeds away, and the grenade explodes. Then probably Mel's innate ability would kick in and she'd blast this massive blast of light everywhere and maybe just turn Jinx into ash, right? Right? Or like she goes to shoot a missile at her, and then the protective barrier comes. Like it's a difficult thing here because Mel has no control over these abilities, but half the reason of these abilities' existence is it's not going to actually allow her to be killed like that. So yeah, look, it might be the fact that that Jinx is doing all these things to get over Mel, and Mel's scared because she's not a fighter, she doesn't know what to do, and then Jinx goes to win, and Mel just literally turns her to ash with her magic. Sorry. Ooh. Gee whiz. Okay, so Mel, innate, non-magic knowing Mel versus Ambisa. So look, this is it. This is GG's for Ambisa. Let's be completely frank here. Mel will have her innate magic abilities, which will be absolutely disrupted by Ambisa's anti-arcane runes, and she'll just take her out. Like, doesn't matter about Mel's innate magical abilities when Ambisa is probably the only one here that can actually do anything about that, and that was the one thing that she had above everybody else. Interesting. Because then I think, if we looked at like Ambisa Jinx, same idea. Jinx will be trying to use her Hex Tech weaponry against Ambisa. Ambisa will just block it like Rictus does. I mean, Rictus nearly beats Jinx, right? So Ambisa probably wouldn't have much difficulty doing such a thing. Oh, you're all good, bro. Should be done in the next few minutes. So. No, you're all good. You can do what you want to do. I'll hang around. Alrighty, folks. So, Ambisa, powerful. The winner of the Power Fells. Now, godlike. Okay, so this is going to be rough. So, we'll start with Echo, Ty, the Boy Wonder, against Viktor. So we see in the show that there is an element of Echo, quote-unquote, not really, but quote-unquote beating quote-unquote Viktor, which the reality is he only distracts Viktor, and then Jace's, like the little thing that Wizard Viktor gave, or infused Jace with, is what actually deals to both of them. So whether or not Echo could actually do... Wow, that's the thing, right? Because it's not Viktor with all of his evolved. It is just Viktor and just Echo. And actually, I mean, look, it might not seem like much, but when you can go back in time 4 seconds pretty much as many times as you want without consequence, and then you add in the fact that, well, if you actually set it to 5 seconds, it literally, like, kills everything. Or like, bro, Echo now has, like... He has the capability to beat anybody, really. Because, again, like, when he sets the time further than 4 seconds, it's killing everyone around him, not him. Maybe there's some negative effect to him that we haven't exactly followed, but it's the same thing that we see at the end when he throws the Z drive, right? Like, damn, that's... And then, yeah, Viktor seems to not have any control over this like chaos rune that Echo has quote unquote created or brought into the fray. Interesting. Because yeah, like Viktor sees the Z drive and he's like that's impossible. Like you can't do that. Like that was the one writer when the writing team was telling them how the season's gonna go. He was like, that's impossible. That's not how this works. Damn. So honest to God, I think proper Echo on a 4-second time manipulation, or even just, hey look, set it to 5 seconds and just set it off, and then everyone around you just fucking fades away into bloody, or explodes as Heimerdinger did. Damn. Now, Mel, Echo. So, what happens if Mel puts her energy shield around Echo and Echo reverses time? Is he be able... surely he'd just go backwards, right? Man, this is rough. Like, damn. As OP as all of these characters are, the reality is the guy with time manipulation is probably going to win, right? Unless the enemy is invincible. Not immortal, but invincible. Like someone coming up. And Mel doesn't seem invincible to me. Oh, that's rough. Echo v Mel. So this is like, again, she's still learning her abilities, but she has a lot of control over it compared to what she had previously. But dude, the thing is, you know, Mel unleashes a bit of energy. Echo just goes back in time and just keeps doing that and keeps doing that and keeps fail. That's the thing about Echo. Echo fails and fails and fails and fails constantly until he achieves the perfect result. Because he can manipulate time, even by a small amount, it still makes a world of difference. Oh dear. It's tough, but like, honestly, I have to give it to the guy that can control time, right? Like Mel can put out a lot of offensive attacks. She can defend herself very well, but Echo just needs to find that one entry, and it's GG's really. Shit. So Vander/Warwick, let's call him Warwick, versus Echo. See, this might be a tougher fight, right? Because Echo can manipulate time as much as he likes, but from what we see, again, we don't see what happens to his body after the evolution and then the Jinx explosion. Again, pre-evolution Warwick survives the Isha explosion, which is 3 Hextech crystals exploding beneath him and being shot up basically into him. So he's a tough cookie, right? And then he gets even stronger because he's evolved by Viktor, and we see that he's basically bulletproof. Well, literally bulletproof, because Jinx's machine gun, Gatling gun, just literally the bullets just dink off him like nothing. So, therein lies the question. Does time manipulation help at all if basically the person you're fighting is like invincible? How are you going to deal damage? Well, I've already answered that. The bro will just set his clock to 5 seconds and then Vander will just explode because time around him will just, you know, whatever happens to Heimerdinger will probably happen to him, right? I really wanted Warwick to win that, but honestly, I think it's just time. Like, the time guy is probably going to win every time, right? Because the moment he fails, he will just be able to go back and change it. And because the way Echo's Echo works is, like, even if he's about to be mortally wounded, he's still going to be able to get that, get the Z drive to activate. So, rough. Echo versus God. Now, does this Viktor only really exist in this galaxy realm that he's kind of created? if like Echo were to go like again, this is like Super Smash Brothers, right? So you're going to have big Chaos God, and then Echo running around manipulating time. But again, it's just look. Echo has the most OP attack. Literally, he has the most OP attack. Sets the bloody timer to 5 seconds. Everything around him is destroyed. And the thing is, with the rules here, even if he does that and it kills him, as long as it takes out the enemy first, he wins. And the reality is Chaos God Viktor is not a very smart individual. He didn't even realize that imperfections actually make people who they are. So he's not the brightest cookie, right? So even old Echo could probably outplay him because he's going to be like monologuing to Echo, right? It's literally going to be like a Attack on Titan situation, except with like a comical monologue, right? So it's going to be like the what's his name? It's going to be like the Colossal Titan, except the Colossal Titan is going to be standing there and like monologuing. Perfect chaos, so beautiful, everything is perfection. Nothing. Like, he's going to be standing there monologuing without realizing that Echo is like Aaron Yeager, like sprinting up his arm. Like, he's just going to be chatting to himself like, Echo, my friend, you have come to... And he's not even going to realize that Echo's sprinting up his arm and like going towards his bloody nape where he's going to blat him, right? I don't know. It's a toughie. And again, we're dealing with literal Chaos God, but my opinion is in the Chaos God universe, Echo will just, again, he's going to use his Z drive because they have all of their things, and it doesn't seem like, because it would have shown us if he could do this, but it doesn't seem like he can snap his fingers and evolve people, right? It seems like he needs some kind of boost to that power, or he needs them to willingly give themselves over, or he needs like his own already slightly evolved individuals like he does with the people at his peace plantation, or he needs the automatons to be holding them up. Like I'm not exactly sure the rules there. Holy cow, I accidentally fell asleep during the live. Oof, I got it. Oh, you poor bastard. You poor bastard. It's a lot of stuff to go through. I'm so sorry. But, you know, it's interesting that my... I hope you didn't fall asleep to my voice, because I don't think... Personally, I don't think I have a very relaxing... go-to-sleep voice or cadence. I thought the way that I talk is quite disruptive. So, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have a sweet lullaby voice that is just, oh, so beautiful. I don't know, obviously I don't know where you are in the world, but, you know, depending on where you are, it might be quite late. So maybe it is good for you to have a little bit of a snooze. I love your voice. I'm just tired today. It's been a rough day, hey? Well, you know what? I haven't heard your voice, but I love it also. But no, I've been there before, my friend. I have most assuredly been there, where like you are queued up, locked and loaded, ready to go, and then before you know it, you are just snoring your ass off. I've been there before, don't worry. Must have been a long day for you. Alrighty. So yeah, look, for me, like, again, we are literally talking Chaos God Viktor, but God, Echo has become beyond OP. Beyond OP. You show him setting his Z drive to a few more seconds, everything goes blitty-blatty, like, I don't know what Chaos God Viktor's going to do about that. He seems to have no control over that machine. He seems to have no control over that rune, even. Like, he's perplexed by its existence. Damn, man, Echo might actually sweep here. That's kind of crazy. I kind of thought that the time guy probably would, but let's see how he does here. We have Wizard Viktor versus Echo. This is going to be fun, right? So we have the guy that can manipulate and go back in time versus the guy that can manipulate and go back in time and literally create universes and timelines, or go to different timelines and different, like, oh my god. Okay, so what we're going to have to do here is we're going to have to make a rule that if Wizard Viktor dips out into another universe and goes back in time and tries to do all of this stuff, I think that wouldn't actually be a win, because he's going to a different version of this Echo. Right? Like, I feel like that wouldn't... Like, even though that's basically what Wizard Viktor does, it's not really a W for him, because he's not able to take out this Echo, right? But then, can this Echo actually do anything against Wizard Viktor? That's a toughie. Again, is this one of the few situations where if Echo sets his Z drive to more than 4 seconds, that Wizard Viktor would just like stand there and go, ha ha ha, that's very cringe, my friend. You know, like, I don't exactly know how that would go down. But, I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? So, let's try and figure that out. Again, as I say, if Wizard Viktor just zips out to another universe to go back to when Echo's a child and do what he should do with Jace and take him out, because, let's be completely frank, if you're trying to stop yourself from going crazy and destroying Rune Terror, so you go back in time and slightly change the rune that you give Jace as a child when you save him, maybe, just maybe, Wizard Viktor, don't save Jace. Maybe if you don't save Jace, everything will be fine. So actually, I'm going to be completely frank with you, Wizard Viktor is an absolute donkey-brained fool, and, he's not going to be able to figure out, he's probably going to forget to breathe, right? The guy that didn't figure out that, maybe I shouldn't save this child, so then the world doesn't get taken over by Hextech and Arcane, and I don't go absolutely barmy and evolve everybody into automatons. Maybe that guy's not really the best guy to be pitching into a fight, right? Holy crap, that pissed me off beyond belief. Maybe you can tell. Maybe you could figure out that Wizard Viktor is an absolute dunce, in my opinion. Every universe, every possibility, except for the possibility of you not saving Jace, my brother in Christ. Hextech would not exist if Jace did not get saved. You literally, you yourself inspire, oh my god, you yourself inspire Jace to create the thing you're trying to get him to prevent. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's set in stone that he has to save him, therefore, otherwise he wouldn't exist. But then the thing is, my brother in Christ, it's probably a good thing that you don't exist, yeah? Because your existence also creates the end times. Dude, Wizard Viktor, you're dumb. You're actually stupid. And at least Echo is incredibly intelligent and battle-hardened. Wizard Viktor is just Wizard Viktor is just like, I love Jace so much, I am going to dip from timeline to timeline to timeline, from universe to universe to universe, and just... Look, I nearly made a bit of a crass joke there, I will be frank. I'll let you figure out the joke. Basically, the joke was about how Wizard Viktor is a full-grown adult and Jace is a child, and it rhymes with the word brooming. Kind of gross. Cjbeards fans, don't lynch me. Sorry. Disgusting. I don't even want to talk about it. You can piss right off. Bro, literally, he's the dumbest character in all of Arcane, and I can't be convinced otherwise. I don't want to hear about bootstrap paradoxes. I don't want to hear about any of that nonsense. It's just mega brain dead. Oh, every universe. Oh, does Jace exist in every universe when there's meant to be every potential possibility, including an infinite amount of universes where Jace doesn't exist? Dude. Anyway, that's my rant and rage for today, for you guys. So, Wizard Viktor can get screwed. Loving the list so far, seems fair. Does the order of characters like Vi last and... No. So the order doesn't matter, I will say. All we're doing is the number one of each is the winner of the tier. So Deckard wins in the weak list, Vander wins the Just a Person list, Vi from Season 2 Episode 9 wins the Standard, and Bisa actually pulled it out and wins the Powerful, and it's looking like potentially Echo is going to win the Godlike here, because I mean, Echo v LeBlanc, look, it is just... this is going to be an interesting one, actually. Let's be actual matter of fact here. Yes, Echo can manipulate time, but, if LeBlanc uses her illusions, uses her magic, would Echo even know to use the Z drive and go back in time? Right? Like if you've tricked Echo's mind and you're doing illusions and you're doing all sorts of these things, like, could you get it to a point where Echo doesn't even realize that he needs to pull the Z drive cord to do anything, right? Like maybe you use your shadow jutsu magic LeBlanc and you trick him, and then he maybe zip zaps back in time. 1 second, folks. Perfect. Excellent. We just had someone pop in. Just had to show them something. Now, we will be finishing up very shortly because, well, we are on the last individual and then we'll be finishing up there. So, okay. So, LeBlanc Echo, it's literally to the point of, look, is LeBlanc going to be able to use her magical capabilities to trick Echo to not use his time manipulation in time for LeBlanc to win? Potentially. There is potential for that. There is also LeBlanc's stun. She could maybe wrap her chained thorn magic around his arm so he's unable to use the Z drive. How is Season 2... Yes, good question. So you missed that section, but I will let you know. So how's Season 2 Vi below Season 1 Vi? So the major difference between those two characters is Season 1 Vi has a energy shield with her gauntlets, where Season 2 Vi replaces that with a rocket propellant, basically little rockets that push her forward, right? So as good of an attack as that is, when we were balancing, or when I was balancing these characters out, it was not only about the offensive capabilities, but also the defensive capabilities. So to me, Vi in Season 2 actually has a lot less in regards to defensive capabilities than Vi in Season 1 with the energy shield, right? So Vi can use her rocket-propelled gauntlets, she can defend against attacks with her gauntlets, but the fact of the matter is, like, the energy shield that she has in Season 1 is the best defense she could possibly have against a lot of these characters, and that just disappears between seasons and, yeah, is replaced with, like, a rocket propellant attack, right? So that's the major difference why they are actually in completely different sectors, is Vi is able to put out a lot of the same offensive damage, but has less utility and less options in regards to defense against a lot of these characters, where Season 1 Vi, you know, she can put out similar amounts of damage. Sure, she can't blast herself forward with a rocket propellant, but to be completely frank, I'd rather a energy shield over a rocket punch any day of the week. It's really about scaling both of those, like whether or not the quick attack and dodging capability of a rocket propellant is better than a energy shield, which, in my opinion, and it is of course my opinion, the energy shield beats that every time. Literally every time. So that's why those are completely split. And yeah, I get you. It seems a bit bizarre that that the Season 1 character to me is much more capable in a fight than Season 2. But that's just how I view it. The gauntlets changed, therefore her attack and defense capability also changed. That's why. I hope that makes sense to you. Now... So, I've done it. Perfect. Thank you, Marty. Does make sense. Excellent. I'm glad it does. So, the trouble is here. Oh my god. So, the trouble is here again. Like, LeBlanc, there's a lot of things that LeBlanc could do. There's a lot of options for her. But we aren't talking about video game LeBlanc, unfortunately. We're talking about the dumbass LeBlanc that somehow got played by Mel, which I know I said it before when I was ranking her, but look, it's all well and good that she's over 1,000 years old and she founded Noxus and she's one of the leaders of the Black Rose and she's one of those powerful sorceresses in Runeterra. The fact of the matter is she gets outplayed and outsmarted by Mel. Which that's not to underplay Mel as a character, that's to say the person who has been using magic for over 1,000 years gets outplayed by the person who just found out she has magic. It's like, well, okay, I thought you should be prepared for things like this. Also, I think it's beyond cringe, as mentioned, when you're trying to convince someone to be on your team and to work with you. Probably not wise to kill their best friend Alora right in front of them and then mentally manipulate and torture them by pretending to be their brother, right? Not the best plan. So I can't exactly put LeBlanc's IQ in Arcane incredibly high, but as I said, there is that one element of if LeBlanc can use her illusion, can use her shadow jutsu and her magic to trick and manipulate Echo in a way that he doesn't use his Z drive to the max potential, or he doesn't go back in time, then she would win easily. Like, to me, if LeBlanc uses her illusion, and then she uses her magic to grab Echo's arms, for example, he's just a guy. He loses his time manipulation abilities. So God, I'll be completely frank and beans with you. I didn't think it would happen, but I think LeBlanc actually can outplay Echo for that very reason. And yeah, look, cringe. Like, LeBlanc, by default, then beats Mel, where she should absolutely beat her. It's not even bloody close, frankly, the power scale's there, but is what it is. Alright, guys, I have to skedaddle. People are showing up to do some construction work around my timeless void. But look, gee willikers, that's 4 hours, 40 minutes, talking about the power scales. Now, as mentioned, once we hit 500 subs, we will be doing a tier list extravaganza. I think I've got 5 different tier lists to go through, including ranking all the ships, yay, all the Arcane ships, which isn't going to drive me absolutely freaking insane, and we'll get to that, guys. But look, that potentially is going to be next stream. I'm literally just a few subs away from 500, which, again, thank you all so much, everybody that has subscribed as of recently. Yes, have fun with the ships. I know it's going to literally blow me brains apart, but I'm sure you'll be there for that, Pinsum. I'm sure you'll see that and you'll jump right on board. So oh dear. Hopefully, when that happens, you'll have a little bit of a chiller day, so you can, so my horrendous voice won't put you to sleep. Alrighty. Anyway, thank you all so much for showing up throughout the stream. Loved this one. This one was just, as I said, a bit of fun, just kind of going through scaling these people and ranking them from there. Again, it's not about who my favorite is, it's about who I think would win in a fight. And let's quickly, before I finish up, just go through all of the results. So we've got Deckard is the strongest in the weak tier. Need the Russian accent to pair next stream. Oh, what I think I'll do is I'll do as many impressions as physically possible, especially with some of those some of those ships, because that'll probably be the only way that I can entertain myself, or like thinking about the horribleness of a Mylo and Clagger ship, or a Vander and Silco ship, which just, look, I'm sorry guys if you're into that, but don't destroy beautifully written relationships between characters just because you want to see them, touch booties, right? Come on, guys. Anyway, we'll discuss that when we get to that tier list, shall we? That will be a lot of fun, I'm sure. So, the best out of the week tier is Deckard. Love the concept of the stream. Keep it going. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And again, as much as I can talk about Arcane, I absolutely will. Love the IP. Unfortunate how things went down, but still want to kind of keep on top of a lot of these things here. So Vander, number 1 in Just a Person. Vi, number 1 in Standard, and that's Vi Season 2, Episode 9. Under Powerful, Ambisa, I was kind of surprised with her, but she did manage to pull it out. And then the only one that could kind of manage Echo is LeBlanc, due to trickery, illusions, that kind of thing. Otherwise, Echo would have just absolutely slammed all of these people, and Wizard Viktor got thrown to the wayside because I hate him so much. So, it is what it is. I said it's not about personal favourites, and then literally threw Wizard Viktor to the side because he's not a personal favourite. Anyway, folks, thank you all so much. As said, potentially next stream, I'm literally a few subs away from 500. Potentially next stream, we'll be doing the tier list extravaganza. And look, for me, I would literally like to do that all day. Like, literally all day. I might have a few breaks here and there, as, I've got that 40-minute Be Right Back video. So, look, maybe we'll do a proper, full-day stream. I might take the odd break here and there. But if we do that, that will probably be early next week. Either probably, Sunday in America, Monday, early Monday for a lot of other places. But yeah, easy peasy, guys. Thank you all so much. We will have a chat next time I see you for the next stream. Probably next week. I might do another little cheeky one before then. We shall see. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. What are we doing here? There we go. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. See y'all later.